Hello, hello, hello! I am Kasasagi Usagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV. I was in the middle of Eureka, and I was just gonna level, and then a fate popped, and then I got invited to a group, and now we're waiting to pull this thing. So we'll chill in Eureka a bit while I do my quest. Why can't I hit? Oh, because I didn't level sync! I thought I did. This is a disaster. There it goes. Oh, all the effects. So many effects. But what we're going to be doing today, I think we are going to be pretty much hopping solo. There is a lot of quests to do, and I definitely want to get a decent number to 70 before we start Shadowbringers, because there is good content if you do all the role quests. Because once you hit Shadowbringers, you no longer go to your guild people for quests and whatnot, and so you do stuff in the Shadowbringer zones relating to other story things, and it's very, very good, and you get bonus stuff if you have done every role. So we got Dancer up there, so that's our physical. I couldn't remember if there was melee and physical ranged. I don't actually think there is, and that's something they're changing for Endwalker. But either way, we have Dragoon ready, Dark Knight's getting up there, we've got the healer, so it's just a magical range that's kind of lagging behind. But I'm working on it. So, now that we've done that, I will leave, sir. Thank you for your time. So now that that's done, let's go talk to Cryo over in... I could have teleported. It's fine. I meant to get to level 20. I'll get to level 20 here after stream, because we're a bit behind in Eureka, despite doing it. We didn't do it last week, but we're still pretty behind. We're still in the first zone, and there's 3 zones to go. So I need to get a move on with that. I've been so busy leveling, which is genuinely the more important thing. But here we go. Cryo. This is it, Akali. The last piece of Magicite and Animos. The last obstacle to us to restoring the Aethernet. I'm sure of it. This one looks to be far, far to the northeast, beyond the Val River, Swall, probably in the Uncanny Valley. It won't be easy, though. According to our measurements, the area has some of the highest concentrations of aether in this region. Any beasts that can endure that are like to be formidable opponents. What? What did she say? She said... Beyond the... In the Uncanny Valley, she said? Okay, if it's in the Uncanny Valley, I do actually know where it is. This is where I want to be. It's actually safer to go through this way. Because there's like level 22s in here. They're all sharks and they're all very mean. I don't know if it's here or here, but I definitely read out the words Uncanny Valley. Oh, if these guys attack me, I can probably fight them, but I do not want to. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I know. Don't hit me. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Stop hitting! This is very problematic. Okay, so he stopped swiping at me. There's the thing I need. These level 21 fans will kill me. They're not afraid to. I think I'm good Despite your best efforts, you failed to locate a confluence of aether or any pieces of magicite. Well, if it isn't the hero of the Resistance, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you are capable of holding your own this far from Port Surgate. I came to this dreadful place to investigate a disturbance in the ethereal currents. Perchance you would be so kind as to tell me your reason for being here as well? So this magicite you seek was the cause of these confluences, was it? I see. Glad to hear that Cryle is still capable of conducting the most rudimentary research. I thank you for sharing with me your findings. I will share with you mine own discovery by way of gratitude. I believe this is the stone you were looking for. Keep it. I have no use for such baubles. Consider it payment for your information, if you prefer. This island was ever filled with danger and death, despite its once close proximity to the motherland, but no one bothered to settle in it for that very reason. Circumventing these hazards was only one of the reasons the students devoted so many resources to the construction of the expansive Aethernet. Restoring it to is an admirable endeavor, and I wish you and Cryle the best of luck in it. You may tell her I said as much. However, I still intend to find my own way to return to our headquarters. Go well, adventurer. I shall find you again if I have information to spare. On closer inspection, the stone you received from Ejika does indeed appear to be another piece of magicite. The magicite you have obtained may be used in conjunction with your magic of board. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. We're just gonna teleport back. It's safer that way. Dream buddies for life. That's very exciting, Sprightly. My chat is very low. Okay. This was for my magicite board. Bam. Now will do more damage than ever before. Good to see you again. Not that I ever doubted you to return, but it still feels good regardless. As usual, we were able to confirm your removal of the magicite from here, though I must say, it seemed as though you secured it rather more quickly than before. Did you make exceptionally good time or some such? Jika found it first. That comes as a surprise. And what other method could he be considering to reach our headquarters? Well, there's no point in worrying over it. He has his ways, we have ours. Restoring the Aethernet remains our best way forward, I believe. Speaking of which, we've almost finished. That piece of magicite you brought back does indeed appear to have been the last interfering with the natural flow of the life stream in this region. It might not be enough to guarantee safe travel directly to our headquarters, but at the very least it might allow us to reach nearby regions. Of course, there's still an inherent risk in teleporting to an unattuned beacon, one that may no longer exist even. Death, albeit a painless one, resulting from becoming lost in the life stream. Fortunately, the Aethernet relays we have developed should mitigate the risk significantly, assuming that is the one that here in Animos is functioning properly, which is what I need you to confirm. You will need to head northeast across Vale River Swell again. Look for a door leading to the ridge to the Aethernet control. The relay won't be hard to find. Oh good. I know exactly where that is. It is right there. That's what I thought she wanted us to... No, it's right there. That's what I thought she wanted us to do before. Oh yeah? Some of their reactions are really, really good. And it seems, from what I've come to understand, everyone seems to be having a pretty good time. I think so, yeah. Come at me, you nasty cat. Though the relay bears no visible signs of damage, it does not appear to be functioning at the moment. I imagine so. That's why ultimates for the hardcore raiders and stuff, I think is a really good thing. Cause like, so there's the EXs, which they're fun fights, but I don't usually find them too difficult. There's one of them in one of the EXs in Shadowbringers that I do actually find kind of difficult, if only because I don't quite understand the mechanics. I sort of learned it haphazardly, and then when I farmed it, I never really grasped it any further, but it's fine. I just needed more practice at it. But yeah, and then you've got the Savages, which are genuinely hard, and then you've got the Ultimates, which are insane. And it's a shame that the Ultimate for Shadowbringers got delayed till next patch 6.1, but there's always usually something, even if there's some months of downtime, there's always usually something for like those super hardcore raiders to do. This is Kryle. Call it an educated guess, but I thought you might have arrived at the Aethernet control by now. If so, how does it look? Well, at least it wasn't smashed to pieces. If your assessment is correct, we may be able to reintegrate it to the Aethernet. This may not sound like the most elegant solution, but 60% of the time it works every time. Right, we're going to flood the relay with a massive amount of Aether to wake it up, as it were. To that end, we're going to need to amass a substantial quantity of Animos crystals, 99 crystals, assuming my calculations are correct. I know it's a lot to ask, but I believe this is our best bet. Once you have them, bring them to the Aethernet control and I'll walk you through the process. Excuse me? What did she want me to do? She said 99 crystals, and I wasn't really paying attention. Hold on, I need to look at that again. I want to do that, but I needed to look at this. To flood the Aethernet relay and continue the Eureka expedition, you will need to procure 99 Animos crystals. Please note that these crystals will not be consumed in the process. Oh, these. Okay. That requires doing fades. They will not be consumed. That's good news. I would like to do this. I would like to not be killed while getting over there. Excuse me, pay me no mind. I'm just making my way downtown. Excuse me, pardon me. Ooh. Sir, I need you to look the other way. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna stand here safely and say, looking for a group. Please absorb me into your bosoms. Or don't. Alright, then I will shout it. Oh, hell yeah. Screaming into the void works. Am I a little undergeared for this? No, it's level 15. Hell yeah. Oh boy, I need So they don't want the proton crystals, they want these, which means if nightmares are popping, I could probably do this fairly quickly. No, you're not. 12. This one should give close to 20. Ah, I can always do it tonight. That's no problem. We'll get this done and then we'll move on to all the class quests that we must do. And there are many. Give me a piece of that pie. Da, 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 da. Oh, we're starting. We're fighting. I will stay safe up here. Surely nothing bad will happen to me up here. Except if those birds respawn and start shit with me. Please don't look at me, bird. Please don't look at me. Oh! That happened so fast! Oh, I'm the only healer too. I'm really letting everybody down. Nah, they're fine. $38. Oh, we could do this. I'm already at 50. If we find 2 more fates, we can be done with this. Well, 2 more fates of this kind of level. I didn't really have my thoughts on Deltarune at the end, without spoiling anything, because we shouldn't talk about that sort of thing here. It's sort of like the same, it ended kind of the same as the first time. Oh, he did that thing, and then... I don't know, it didn't... I can't say I really felt anything. It's scary in here. Yeah, fuck these fans. Fuck them all. I did like the queen a lot. I thought she was funny. But yeah, I had that same sort of feeling where I was like... I don't know... It didn't hit quite the same way as the chapter 1 did, so I can't say I genuinely liked it all that much. Oh, hell yeah. Give me that little guy. I don't know, and then like the ending was like... It was just kind of the same as the first ending, with no answers to anything. And I would love to fight those sprites, but... Yeah, you go get them, Queen-elect. Ooh, I'm gonna get out of here. It does seem fates are so to pop. I will definitely have this done tomorrow. And I'll even try and be 20 so we can just finish this entire zone as it is. But, until then... We have many things to do. I can't spend too much time in Eureka. I love Eureka, and I could do streams and streams of Eureka, and I would have a good time. That is not very entertaining to watch. I would like to go back to port. Oh, I guess I get to open my loot boxes. I guess I could have just left. But let's open the loot boxes. That is not true. Well, maybe. It's a little sad because, like, nobody that I really run with enjoys Eureka. They all think of it as, like, a huge chore, which is a shame. That's why I really love it. But then they'll praise Baja, which I think is not nearly as good as Eureka. There's definitely some quality of life improvements, but it's really not as good as what we have here. It's like a watered down version of Eureka with some quality of life improvements, like so that you can level with friends and whatnot, but it doesn't have the same magic. It's very boring. But it is what it is. All I got was get these fireworks out of my bag. Done. Let's go. We're done here. Leave, please. Oh, while we are actually in Kugane, we should do our weekly turn-ins for Noma. Get that all squared away. Now, I think it's fun. I think the zones are... There's one really bad Eureka zone that I think everyone gets stuck in. But otherwise, they're really pretty. Animos is good, and Hydratos is, like, amazing. But... oh, it's too many. On behalf of the Shanzaki Akali, I thank you for your support. As you may recall, several Baduga tribesmen offered to provide introductions for Zayla traders in Reunion. Subsequent negotiations went well, and we have at last begun to receive shipments of foodstuffs and other goods from the steppe. Mitsuba can tell you more, and I expect she would very much like to do so. Wimps. Yaguri, hey. Seeing these families celebrate the return of their loved ones, it was rekindled a yearning for my homeland. I had thought long worried, but my duty is to Lord Hien. I swore allegiance to Doma, and it falls to me to fill the void left by Gogetsu's departure. Sometimes they're there. It depends on what patch you are, the patch you're in. Because sometimes Lord Hien is outside, but he's not at present, I don't think. People, dialogue from NPCs, and character positions usually changes from patch to patch. At the end of patch 4.5, if you are done with your craftsman, or carpenter stuff, Beaton, the carpenter, talks about making perfectly sized coffins for the situation at hand. He's like, don't worry, the coffins will be perfect. I was like, thank you, Beaton, asshole. What do you think, Akali? We've come a long way from a pile of sticks, wouldn't you say? Care for a steamed bun? We have a selection from which you may choose, from meat-filled ones prepared in the Zayla fashion, to more traditional Doman ones, packed full of vegetables, to others with a sweet bean paste filling. Or, if you'd rather have a helping of rice with a bowl of soup, my man on the right can sort you out. It's got plenty of radish, just the way rich folks like it. By the kami, the smell alone is enough to feed the soul, and it's all thanks to you, my friend. We couldn't have come this far without your help. Begging your pardon, but are you Mistress Mitsuba, the one in charge of the stalls? I'm here on the behalf of the village Isari. Hi, I'm Mitsuba. You have business with me then? Let's hear it. We were hoping you might consider an agreement whereby we would supply you with local goods, not just fish, mind. Shellfish, seaweed. If it's in the Ruby Sea, we can deliver it to your doorstep, as much as you're willing to pay for. That's quite the offer, and one I've little reason to refuse, but it's quite sudden and surprising. I wasn't aware of any seasonal surplus. Oh no, there's no surplus. Our catch is the same as always, rather. We've got more, helping hands? A certain collective, you might say. It's the Confederacy, mistress. They're eager to trade the bounty of the sea for that of the land. Vegetables, meat, spirits. Mostly spirits, I'd wager. Ah, so that's the way of it. Even a pirate grows tired of the usual fare. Especially when the usual fare is kelp or something wrapped in it. I see no reason to refuse you and your partners. After all, they were indispensable in the liberation of our homeland. Giving them a taste of Yangsha is the very least we can do to repay them. The bounty of the sea, you said? I can't stop thinking about what we could serve. Boiled or blackened or served raw even, if we get it fresh enough. You've got octopus, yes? It's been too long since I've had octopus. I could be having a barrel of Ungoon stew octopus delivered here today if you like, and judging from the ravenous look on your face, I gather you would. Construction of the 10,000 stalls is proceeding apace, and trade with the pirates and fishermen of the Ruby Sea should soon lead to a wider variety of foodstuffs. As you continue to contribute to the Shanzaki and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Let's see. Split into 50. On the behalf of the Shanzaki Akali, I thank you for your support. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. This is making me so hungry. I miss going out to eat so much. Owing to your many contributions to the 10,000 stalls have seen even further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shanzaki and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Dun, 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 dun. Do, do, do. Just a bit short. Oh, it's just, it'll be 2. Split into 2. Give me 4. Yep. No? Do I not know how to do math? Oh, it's not double like it is for... On Casa, it's completely done. So, eventually, they just double whatever you give them. I just take it off. It's fine. So that's what I was counting, not the percentage wise. I cannot thank you enough, Akali. I simply cannot. I am pleased to announce that at long last our plans for the 10,000 stalls are complete. Every tenant is open for business, and the food is the talk of the Enclave. You must really go and see. Mitsuba is expecting you. You guys work fast. Oh, it's so cute over here. I haven't explored the Enclave in so long. I just usually give them my money and then I leave. I know. Put that back there. You can go over here. I've been waiting for you two to arrive. It's past time you saw the 10,000 stalls in all their finished glory. Look around and take it all in. See what our hard work has built, and smell what we've got cooking. We had plans and diagrams, but this, I hardly recognize it. It's wonderful, Mitsuba. Never in my wildest dreams could I have pictured it. This is your accomplishment too, Akali. On behalf of the Shanzankai, I cannot thank you enough for your generous contributions. Stop. I'll hear not another word of praise until you've had at least sampled some of our humble fare. A cook can't trust a customer's complaints if they haven't touched the food, can she? And, quite frankly, if the sights and smells of this place aren't making your mouths water, then I've already failed. Find an open table and prepare yourselves, because you're not leaving here until you've had the very best of what we have to offer. Damn, Akali looks so happy. She's like, finally, food. That was quite possibly the most delicious meal I've ever had. Is this what a koja feels like, I wonder? These sushis, there's no possible way she can get them into her mouth. They're fucking huge. Well, had enough? If not, I can bring you another serving. Kami, for fun, I couldn't eat another bite. Not that I'm tempted to try, I assure you, but I fear I might die in the attempt. Huh, now that's what I like to hear. A customer forced to choose between good sense and another bite. You couldn't have paid me for a finer compliment. And now that I've stuffed you full of enough food to cloud your judgment, you'll forgive me if I broach a more serious subject. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but all of our cookware, our pots and pans, stoves even, are far past their prime. Most were cheap imports from other provinces. It was easier to replace everything instead of trying to maintain goods that weren't made to last. You're not the first to bring this issue to our attention. Others have had difficulty obtaining tools to go about their work more effectively. At the moment, the Shanzankai is considering two proposals. The first is that we concentrate our efforts on rebuilding our industry. We give to our people the means to craft which they require, thereby addressing domestic demands first and foremost. The second is that we concentrate our efforts on producing wares of foreign consumption. We bring foreign wealth to Doma and trade for that which we lack. But both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages, to be fair, but pursuing both simultaneously isn't really feasible. Why do you fret over such nonsense, girl? This is no dilemma. Doma shall stand proud and tall and alone. We will make what we need. Well met, warrior of the West. Too long has it been since you convinced an old fool to fashion armor for young ones. In search of a stiff drink did I come to these stalls, only to overhear a tale I could not ignore, and to cross paths with a bitter foe. Bitter foe, hardly. Not that I would expect an imbecile with an iron head to know friend from enemy, or his own reflection from that matter. Akali, allow me to introduce you to Master Aragagi. Like Master Tsunanuki, he is an artisan without peer, who once managed the paper mills of the Enclave. I should thank you not to compare me to this daughter of a smith, child. More importantly, I should caution you against his advice. Your second proposal, that of favoring foreign trade, has far greater merit. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, Yak. It says you're on a 6-month streak. Despite our best efforts, Doma is still far cry from what she once was, and we have not the capacity to rebuild it ourselves. We must first look elsewhere to secure that which we lack. All talks and no guts, all the strength of a paper tiger. Or is it that your clever plan convinced these people to help you sell paper for iron? I wonder if, you got a gift sub last month, so I bet that's what happened. It did technically break your streak. Convince these people to help you All talk and no guts. All the strength of a paper tiger. Or is that your clever plan? Convince these people to help you sell paper for iron? Oh, good. That's my favorite thing to say to you when we play DBD. I'm like, look, it's your son. You mad, blustering oaf, how dare you? We could have a district for both craftsmen and artisans. One where we create both tools for everyday use and goods to sell in foreign markets. The yard, let's call it. Then everyone can be happy, yes? At least in theory, right? At the completion of the 10,000 stalls, an ambitious plan for the new era is born. The yard, a home for craftsmen and artisan alike. Biodoma. Alright. We have given them all the money we can this week. We have done Eureka. Oh, we are in Kugane, so we might as well do Hildebrand while we're here. I believe I still need to do that for the week. Or for the patch. Oh god, where are they? I never know. Songs in the key of Kugane. I have no idea where I left them. I want to say it's this one, actually. It's this one or this one. I do not think it's over here. Oh shit, it is! Shiguri! Shiguri is a man on a mission. Have you heard, Akali? The wolf burglar, for whom we have been searching day and night, has struck again. Word reached me but moments ago. The inspector and his assistant are a step ahead of us, but if we hurry, we may arrive before they begin questioning any witnesses. You will come, will you not? Yes? Then let us brook no further delay and make haste for the Rakuza district. We also have to start doing the dungeons for this place. Or for this expansion. There's not too many. But I do need to start squeezing them in. Hello, Hildebrand. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, stand ready to assist any and all who seek redress for crimes dastardly and daring. My keen inspector sense has led me hither. Speak, my good man. What injustice befell you here? Inspectors? Yes, the Westerners. I remember you, girl. If you are so eager to hear the tale, then I should be glad to tell it. It was him, the wolf burglar. Bold as ever, he attempted to steal the finest sword in my collection, the Soboro Tsukirio, in broad daylight. By the kami. But you say he attempted? And failed, I. Little did the fool know that I had recently employed a new bodyguard, a peerless samurai worth every koban. So the fiend was unable to ascend with your precious blade. Truly, you are fortunate indeed, Master Akebono. Yet surely this is not the end of it. The wolf burglar has his pride. He is not wont to forsake a prize. Master Akibono, I have no doubt that the thief will come for the blade again and again. I pray you permit me to aid your men in protecting this treasure, and we may finally bring this village to justice. You have spirit, I'll grant you that, but I have no need for additional guards. Your Jimbo alone is worth 100 men, if not more. Master Akibono, I think you underestimate this foe. You try my patience, boy. I have made my decision, and I will not suffer it to be questioned further. Find another way to earn the Sekigumi's approval. Now then, I have a pressing engagement in Sanjo Hanamachi, to which I have been looking forward all week, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let this business with the wolf burglar delay me any further. Good day. I said good day, sir. I fear he has let this turn of luck lull him into a false sense of complacency. He should be doubling the guard, or tripling it. If only he would reconsider. If he will not listen to reason, then he must be made to listen to reason. When in doubt, try again. It's not the most well thought out plan, but for lack of anything better. Alright, let us follow Master Akibono to Sanjo Hanamachi, and once more impress upon him the gravity of the situation. Where are we going? Always confused and disoriented. We could firebomb his house. He is part of the 1%. He can just build another house. I think this is a fine plan. Perhaps he would fare better if I taught him the Manderville art of parley. You can do it, Shogore! Which is precisely why it is so important for us to speak with him. Ask all you like, but the answer's still no. There's a very short list of people who get to pass, and none of you lot are on it. I applaud your diligence, I do, but we are here to help. If you would admit us to speak with Master Akibono, that we might convince him to let us stand guard over the Soboro Tsukihiro. Ah, so that's your game. Trick the daft doorman into letting you in so you can steal Master Akibono's priceless sword. How stupid do you think I am? As if he'd consort with the likes of you lot. Not a looker among you. Really? My mother has told me that I'm quite handsome. I'm sure she has. Maybe if she was in the mood for takimochi. Not today, though. Master Akibono has made it quite clear that he would only welcome additional entertainers if they were Geku of surpassing beauty, which you're not, so piss off. That went rather poorly. I suppose we have no choice but to resign ourselves to this outcome. Nay, Shiguri, I think not, for I have a plan. A plan of surpassing beauty, if I do say so myself. Are you acquainted with any Geiko, perchance? Well, there is an Okia nearby whose proprietress may have given me a few odd jobs, but wait, what exactly is your plan? All shall become clear in time, my good man. Lead the way to this Okia. Oh, Jesus. Whatever he's selling, don't buy it, ma'am. You don't want to become part of the side quest. Most humble greetings of you, fairest maiden. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, am given to understand that you are an acquaintance of Shigure here. I have given the hapless fool a handout or two, and now he shows up on my doorstep with a company of Injin inspectors. I can only assume this means he's yet to find honest work. Indeed, much to all our jargon, Shigure is not gainfully employed at present, but that regrettable circumstance is not what brings us to you. Nay, it is a matter of far greater import, a grave injustice which must be averted at all costs. To that end, my lady, I would have you clothe my steadfast assistant in your finest kimono, for but a brief time only. You may be assured it shall be returned to you post-haste. Loan you a kimono just like that? I'm not sure what mischief you inspectors get up to in your line of work, but in ours a kimono is priceless. No geiko worth her salt would simply let a stranger parade about town in hers. Not for nothing, at least. Aye, if you were truly desperate need of my assistance, then you should be willing to pay for it. Say 70,000 Eorzean gil. I have a gambling problem. Love the horse birds. Lost my last gil on Quest Rhapsody. There. I knew all too well the temptations of the saucer, but worry not, my friend. I am more than capable of paying for this expense. Nashu, pay the woman! With what, Inspector? Your coin purse is empty. What? As of when? Oh dear, this is certainly a fly in the ointment. So, your plan is to disguise Nashu as a Geiku, that she may enter the company of Master Ekubono, and thereby keep watch of the wolf burglar? I hesitate to call it one of surpassing beauty, but if it is our best option... Do not even think to say it, my good man. I would never take money of a down-on-his-luck youth with no job or skills to speak of. But of course, it is, as ever, so simple. A means by which we may achieve our end without spending a single coin. In my brief time here, I have come to understand the myriad complexities of Hingan culture. There is a custom by which one may express the fervor of conviction by shaving every hair from his head. Is there not? Well, yes, I suppose you have the right of it, but are you willing to go to such lengths to secure a kimono? I'll do the honors. Oh, shit. Oh, it's just her. A beauty reborn. My hair, my beautiful flowing locks, what have you done to me? That is brilliant, utterly brilliant. I don't think I've laughed so hard in ages. Chin up, Shigure. I dare say she did you a favor. The Sexagumi might be inclined to take you more seriously now. You can have your kimono with my thanks. Never mind the gil. The entertainment you've given me is payment enough. My lady, you are a saint. Are you ready, Nashu? Always, Inspector. Wait here, everyone. I'm sure it won't take long to put on one of these things, right? Verily, there's no greater truth than that if we trust ourselves and the gods, fate shall conspire to see us succeed. Is this the will of the kami? It's gonna be okay, Shigure. You were doomed the moment you ran into these people. I believe I hear them coming. Ta-da! My dear Nashu, you look incredible. Wow, actually, yes, you do. You do. She looks every bit the Geiku. I cannot fathom the doormen turning her away. Come, my friends, let us put Nashu's disguise to the proof. Gotta hustle these bugs. Say what you will about the rest of us, but you would have to be blind to disparage my stalwart ass. That is, my stalwart ass. That is, the lovely Geiku Nashu. A gecko, eh? Alright, let's have a look at you. Oh, and where has this lovely lass been hiding? Master Agamotto's sure to take a shine to you. Alright, the girl may enter, and no one else. Huzzah! It worked! Wish me luck! Though, is it wise to let her go alone? Ideally, at least the collie or myself should have accompanied her, no? Oh, Shiguri, I did tell you this was a plan of surpassing beauty, did I not? The sword without peer, the Soburo Tsukihiro, the gecko without peer, Shioyume. What fortune that I may enjoy the company of the finest treasures the world has to offer. Their very presence makes the wine taste that much sweeter. I could not agree with you more, my lord. Alas, whereas you may lay hands upon your magnificent blade at whim, in vain I struggle to navigate the endless labyrinth that is the woman's fickle heart. That which I desire I take, as will you when my little project is complete. Shioyume, come and have a drink with us. Come, come. If my lords insist, I should be glad to partake. Such a beautiful girl you are, and so skilled a dancer as well. You deserve only the best, and the best you shall have, if you but give yourself body and soul to me. I fear my lord's rather admirable perseverance encroaches upon the obsessive. As I am sure I have told you 1,000 times before, I should be glad to entertain one and all with the traditional arts. Stubborn as ever, I see. No matter. In due time you will be mine, one way or another. Gross. Begging your pardons, my lords. Oh, that was Nasher. Oh, this is a welcome surprise. My lord, did you call for another ganker? Never mind. Come here, my dear. Have a seat. Salutations and greetings, my good sirs. What is the meaning of this? I explicitly said I would be receiving no takemoshi this day. Far be it from me to judge a man for his pleasures, my lord, but I fear this is a bridge too far for me. Such beauty, such grace. Be that as it may, now is not the time. The day after tomorrow, perhaps, after I've had some time to recover, but not today. Will my lord not reconsider? Pray allow me one dance to convince you. Enough! Yojimba, remove this fetching yet belligerent takemoshi from my sight. Lay hands upon a fair maiden. I will do no such thing. And are you defying your master's order? The master has already paid you an inconceivable sum of money for your services. A contemptible master who consorts with lecherous dogs. I agreed to serve only as a sword's protector, not as your executioner of your whims. There he is, the wolf burglar. Impossible. At last, the villain reveals himself. We now have you, most foolish, most wolfish of burglars. Yes, it was I all along, Hildebrand, master of disguise, inspector of 1,000 faces, defender of justice. I feel so conflicted. So, you're not a Takamoshi. Pity that. Bug at me, if it isn't the talking statue. Fancy meeting you here. Come to watch me steal the Soboro Tsukihiro. Well, you know how this goes. Don't let him get away. Halt, fiend! What happened? Are you there, my dear? You are unharmed? I'd be heartbroken if there was a single scratch upon my concubine-to-be. My lord would do well to take greater care where he places his hands, should he wish to keep them. Confound it! How does he manage to escape every time? But rejoice, my friends, for he has failed in his thievery once more. The Soboro Tsukihiro remains safe and sound. You bald imbecile, look at what you're holding. Does that look even remotely like the Soboro Tsukihiro to you? Does it? Does it? For the record, I'm not actually bald. Be gone from my sight, and do not return until you have found my sword. Nashu did save all the sushi, so... Have we met somewhere before? Of course not. Don't be silly. After I went to all that trouble, he still managed to steal Soboro Tsukihiro. I sacrificed my flowing locks for nothing. Though I care increasingly less for Akebono, it is nevertheless a man to be reckoned with. What meager reputation I will have will be forfeit if we fail to bring the wolf burglar to justice. But we need not pursue him alone. Yojimbo has volunteered his services. Together, we may yet redeem ourselves. I think I may know where the thief is headed to. Shigure is determined to put matters to rights. I believe the wolf burglar has fled to Yangsha. Consider the dagger I took from him in the chaos. Though old and worn, it has been well cared for over the years. It is more than just a tool to him, I think, and it is clearly of Doman design. What amazing coincidence! The selfsame details also caught mine eye. I dare say you have the makings of an inspector, Shigure. I shall endeavor to take that as a compliment. To Yangsha. But where in Yangsha? Excellent. I never know how to get out of here. Here we go. Can I fly it? The answer is in fact still no. No, I cannot. But that's okay. No. they on this rock? I think I just ran right off that rock. I think I did. The bee. My word, have you ever seen anything so full of splendor? But forgive me, we must not lose sight of the matter at hand. How shall we pursue our quarry? That is a very good question, to which I currently have no answer. I do. Woof, woof. What a nice little doggy! Daigoru is more than a mere traveling companion. His sense of smell is unparalleled. Give over the burglar's dagger, that I may track his scent. Brilliant idea, Jim. Yes, indeed. Here, take it. Woof, woof, woof. I do not believe there is. Oh, he has the scent already. With me, Nashu. Perhaps fate is conspiring to see us succeed after all. Yeah, I don't think there is. Which is surprising. Unless he's a minion in that one in Kugane Castle? Maybe? Whatever the... I don't know what the minion in Kugane Castle is, but it might be him, actually. What ails little Daigaru? Will he go no further? How is it you remember his... 'Tis like there are Namazu about. Their stink befuddles his senses. Though unfortunate, we know the wolf burglar came this way. Perhaps if we search, we can find some other clue as to his whereabouts. Leave it to me, Shigure. If there are clues to be found in these ruins, my keen inspector senses shall lead me to them. Oh, wait for me, Inspector, wait for me. God, there they go again, charging off before we have a chance to discuss our plan of action. Must they always be so reckless? I'm actually looking to see what the minion of Kugane Castle is. Because now that I think about it, that's where he would be if there was one. Oh no, Yaguri is the minion of Kugane Castle. Well, that's how it be. Nothing for it but to follow suit, I suppose. Why don't you search the area to the northwest, Akali? Excuse me? Sir? You canceled my quest! Get out of here. They were walking away. Probably actually switch the dancer. If I'm going to be fighting things. What you... I had enough. I'm at my absolute limit. Would you look at these pretty houses? I mean, they could use a little work, but they've got potential. Oh, he's dead. Alive I am, hale and healthy, yes, yes, nursing a rather vicious hangover from a surfeit of tea, but otherwise none worse for the wear. 1,000 thanks to you for waking me before I was set upon by ravenous beasts, or thieving bandits. Unless you wouldn't happen to be a thieving bandit, would you? No, but I'm hunting a thieving bandit. A lupin. A lupin? Now that you mention it, I have some vague recollection of a traveler with an unusual sword across his back. I was deep in my teacups at the time, but I know what I saw. Huh, a drunken Namazu. What is his part in all this? He saw a wolf burglar? What luck! Which way did he go? It's all a bit of a blur, so I doubt my memory will be of any use. My barbels, on the other hand, should do the trick. My adorable little friend, you need not strain yourself on our account. We too have ways of finding the fiend. Yes, yes, my keen Namazu sense is telling me that the wolf burglar went that way. Yes, that way. Which way? We may as well split up again. I would help you, but hangover, yes, yes. Bye-bye, friends. Have fun hunting the wolf burglar. Plot-relevant gloves. Among the irrelevant pop shards, you spy a somewhat conspicuous pair of gloves. If they belong to the wolf burglar, perhaps they may prove useful. Oops. I meant to go this way. You're just going to attack me. Whatever. Found something, have you? Do not recall him wearing gloves, but for lack of other possible leads, I say let Diango follow this fresh scent. Now that the Namazu is gone, he should have no difficulty finding the owner. Woof, woof. The flavor text was, if you didn't need them, you wouldn't have been able to pick them up. Woof, woof, woof. Woof. What news, Jim? We came as soon as we heard the barking. Now that the Namazu has departed, Daigoro is capable of pursuing our quarry once more. Your stalwart comrade found gloves that may have belonged to him, so we are about to see where they lead us. Woof, woof. He's got the scent. Quickly, Cully, we must not lose sight of Daigoro. Thank you. Thank you. It relays a deep and troubled past. This There he is! We mustn't let him escape this time. Hold, Ronan. You well know how quick he can be. Let us leave this pursuit to one he cannot outrun. Go, Daigoro. Seize the Lupin. Gosh, he's a fast doggy. Aye, there are none faster. Come, we must secure the sword and the thief. Gosh, he really likes Coben, doesn't he? Well, we all have our weaknesses, I suppose. Still, there's no denying that that is a very, very good dog. How could he possibly have the nerve? You lot really should have thought this through. Or have you forgotten that I've got friends in high places? Montaro, to me! What? What? Oh. What is happening? By the kami, what have you done to my bird? Got you. Rejoice, Shigori, for I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have reclaimed the Soboro Tsukihiro. Yes, it seems we have, though before we declare it with certainty, I would verify the authenticity of the blade. But of course. Aye, this is no fake. It is indeed a work of art, a masterpiece, that could only be the treasured Soboro Tsukihiro. I just remembered I have urgent businesses in Kugane, which as well as it shall afford me the opportunity to return the Soboro Tsukihiro to its rightful owner. Pray allow me to do so. You have my word, I shall surrender it to no one. How lucky we are to have a friend like Jim. Steadfast, loyal, honorable, a Manderville man from another mother. Let us quit this place and return to Kugane with the wolf burglar. I'm sure this Sekegu may have a cell with his name on it. Oi, oi, oi. What business have you with the Sexigume? The wolf burglar? The lupin who has made a mock of me and my brothers? Hildebrand is just a dirty boy. I, Shigure, and my comrades have successfully captured the notorious wolf burglar of Kugane and brought him here that he might surrender him into the custody of the Sexigume. Full glad we are to accept this unexpected bounty. The fiend has been a source of unending consternation for us. My thanks to you all. Pray bring him inside, honored friends. Bloody fools, the lot of you, blind to the true villain in your midst. Is it true then? The wolf burglar has been detained. Well done. Who must we thank for this auspicious turn of events? I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, did bring the wolf burglar to heel with my customary style and aplomb. Very good, very good. And the Soboro Sukihiro, where is it? You mean you don't have it? I thought your Jimbo had returned it to you. Your Jimbo? The disreputable disgrace of a samurai? Nay, I have seen neither hide nor hair of him. I can only presume that Jim is currently enjoying a plate of dango at the Yumiko tea house before paying Master Akibono a visit. Or perhaps he absconded with the Soboro Sukihiro. This is all a joke to you people, isn't it? Of all the stupid, inexplicable, utterly unjustifiable, for what reason could you have, for possibly even for a moment, considered it was wise to let a single man, and not just any man either, a man I just expelled from my service? Mock me, Ronin. If you fail to deliver that sword, I shall make it the focus of my remaining years that your dreams go unfulfilled. We certainly can't have that. Which reminds me, Shigure, you once told me that it was your dream to serve alongside us. Is that still the case? Yes, sir, it is. Good, because in light of your recent accomplishment, I would like nothing more than to induct you into the Sexigume. What say you? It would be my honor, sir. Glad to hear it. There are, of course, some few procedures and discussions which my superiors must come first, but we may attend to them now, if your comrades do not mind waiting. Not at all. We will wait your triumphant return, Shigure. My friends, it is finished. A Shigure reborn! Well, I would not dare put it in such grandiose terms, but indeed, I feel as though I am a changed man. And it is you three who have changed me for the better. 1,000 thanks to you, Akali, Inspector Hildebrand, Nashu. Though I have only just become a Sexigume, I have already been given my first assignment. I am to pursue the renegade Yojimbo and recover the Soboro Sukihiro. Alas, as a new recruit, I have been afforded no additional men or resources to accomplish this task. If I am to succeed, I will need all the help I can get. Say no more, Shigure. I should be glad to give it. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby re-swear to help you scour all creation from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens for Jim and the Saburo Tsukihiro. And so our hunt begins again. Wait for me, Inspector, wait for me! You've come out better than our other companions of the Hildebrand questline. You should be grateful. Part of me still struggles to believe it, Akali. The wolf burglar captured and myself become a sexigume. Again, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me. What an odd, circuitous path that has led us to this point. To be honest, the most vexing complication was the loss of my hair. Though Nashua assures me she is already in the process of procuring a potent tonic to remedy that. Once more, we find ourselves waiting for fate to spur the story forward. Until we have a lead on the Saburo Tsukihiro, we can but enjoy our respite. Okay, well, as always, Hildebrand, it's just the thing we experience once every couple of weeks. Okay, so now we have class quests to do. And we have quite a few of them, so let's... I believe Dancer left off in Gridania, so I need to go do that. I also, Dancer is 70, and I need to swap out these clothings because it's terrible. I need to have a new outfit if I'm going to be doing this as a dancer. So give me a sec. I have clothes hidden away somewhere. Who's got my hidden clothing? Oh no, these aren't it. These aren't it, fam. Healer. Oh no, it's all healer. Do I have any? I have that outfit, I have that outfit, I have that outfit, and then there's no others. Okay, I know what I want though. What's it called? Oh, I actually have part of the outfit. Hold on. What are these called? Theve. Let's go. And I need the tights. And the sand. I have these sandals, guaranteed. I don't have these sandals. That's fine. I want to remove that pin. You know what? That's fine. Alright, let's go. Oh no, this isn't the way. I can't go in there yet because I'm not high enough rank, so I have to go to a different glamour chest. And so we're gonna look so cute, but we gotta make it happen. No, it's gonna be. I have the arms already, so there it is. And birds attacking our house. Okay. Appreciate it. I do, I do. I'm gonna have to take the big pass. Okay. Alright, we are perfect. Now we can do our dancer quest. Wherever they may be. I genuinely don't know. I thought they were in Gridania. That's the Gunbreaker quest. Are they actually in Ulb? Well, before we make any assumptions, let's check the rest of Gridania. In case they're by the theater. I don't think they are. Other worker. No, they might be in Ulta. I might be mixed up. But we'll see. Samurai. There they are. Hello. I have returned. Nashmira is ready to move on to new environs. It's good to see you, Akali. You'll be pleased to hear that our exhibition in the Sultanate was a rousing success. Rana gave quite the inspired performance. It would seem the girl has indeed taken her lessons to heart. That leaves Gridania as the final step to our three-nation tour. I meant to depart immediately, but I must confess that the curious developments in Ul'dah have given me pause. Upon our arrival, let us first pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and inquire as to any strange happenings about town. Do not ask me why, but I believe it is best that we stay vigilant. Okay, well, I was kind of right. I knew we were going to Gridania eventually. Akali, I am sorry to say that my fears appear to have been well-founded. Gridania, too, has seen its fair share of social unrest of late. Pray explain the situation to my colleagues, good sir. You are familiar with the Duskwhite, yes? They are a clan of Elazin who eschew the shackles of urban life and instead choose to live in isolation. For the most part, both sides choose to leave the other well enough alone. Recently, however, events have taken a troubling turn. Groups of Duskwhites have been assembling for reasons unknown, holding secret gatherings to the outskirts of the forest. Whatever their aim, we can be quite certain that it is nothing good. The Twin Adder is content to let them be, provided they do us no harm. But when they turn to thieving and threatening our way of life, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. To say the tensions between Duskwhites and our citizens have been rising would be an understatement. To this point, troublemakers among the Duskwhites have primarily acted alone, which makes the manner in which they are now plotting something together in plain sight all the more concerning. Some here in the nest even believe that they are sowing the seeds for a violent uprising. As fortune would have it, these Duskwhite rabble-rousers have recently been sighted with particular frequency in the immediate vicinity of the venue where I had hoped to hold our performance. Needless to say, we must address the immediate danger before we can even think of going forward with our performance. Akali, Rena, what say we investigate the matter? Together, this time. Consider it done. It'll make up for my failure. Just you watch. Once I've soothed the Duskwhites' hearts with my dance, rioting will be the furthest thing from their mind. Thank you, friends. That settles it. Leave the matter of the Duskwhite demagogues to my colleagues here. I suppose there would be some merit in delegating the task to you, rather than risk fanning the flames between the Duskwhites and our own citizens. And yet, you are a dance troupe, are you not? Are you certain that your friends here are up to the task of suppressing an armed revolt? You can be assured they are. For what it is worth, I too will be accompanying Rana and Akali to ensure that everything is in order. Besides, there's something I would confirm with my own eyes. And with that, we should be on our way. The Duskwhites in question are said to be congregating in the South Shroud. Let us meet first at the local tavern and formulate a plan of attack. I always hate when they're like, oh, those Duskwhites, those no-good scheming Duskwhites. It's so... it's not good. So there's every race in this game has like two different like groups of them. So like you have the Rain, which are the white scaled auras, and then you have the Zalor, which are the black scaled aura. And you've got like the cats with the big wide pupils, which are moon cats, and then like cats like my cat, or the sun cats, because they got like the slit eyes. And they just say like they hail from different parts of the world, and they have different backstories and stuff. But then you've got like I can't remember. I don't know why I can't think of what the Gridanian elves are called. It's like not wood whalers, but they're the Gridanian elves, and then you have like the Duskwhite elves. And the Duskwhite elves have a darker complexion, and they were forced to live underground by the Gridanian elves, which promenade Gridania, and they are treated incredibly poorly. And so whenever they do try and like gain a foothold on land that is genuinely theirs, it's always They're always the villains. They were the villains in the Lancer quest. They're being bad right now. It's really shitty. I wish we would treat Duskwhite Elves better. But I believe Duskwhite Elves get the short end of the stick in pretty much every fantasy sort of thing. It's just fucking House of Bees. It's not good. Well, I don't think that's true, Sprightly. It's still technically a racist term. No, it's still definitely a racist term. It was what they call it. Yeah, it's the Sahag. It's what they call the Sahagins, whose land they have taken and broken treaties with, and then they call them fishbacks. And it's like, whoa, don't do that. According to one of the regulars here, the Duskwhite troublemakers were seen not long ago just to the northeast of here. And that's not all. A rumor says that they were, end quote, gyrating and undulating in a most curious way. Whatever it was that we witnessed in Thanalan, it seems likely that it's afflicted the people here as well. We must investigate the matter with all speed. Come now. I think the Sahagan are the only ones that get like a name like that. I'm pretty sure we call the Omalja and the Kobolds what they're supposed to be. I don't know why the Sahagans get it so bad. Akali, Mistress Nashmera, I think I saw something. Over there behind the bushes. That's it. That's the same creepy dance I saw in Ulda. The dance of the damned. Yes, it is just as I feared. I'll explain everything in good time. For the moment, just leave them to me. That is true. Merle was particularly bad. Begone, meddlers. Leave us to our dancing. What in the, my legs? It's as if they have a mind of their own. Mistress Nashmera, look out! Forgive me, Akali, and thank you. And to think I was scolding poor Rana for her overconfidence. In my heyday, I would have made short work of that thing, but alas, those days are long behind me. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mistress Nashmira. We all have our bad days. And besides, it's not as if you were being reckless like me. But never mind that. What in the world did I just see? That creepy dance, that strange cloud of black aether? What does all of this mean, Mistress Nashmira? Come now, I think you know more than you've let on. I do, and I fully intend to share my knowledge with you once I have seen what I must see with my own 2 eyes. In the meantime, someone should hand over these men to the Twin Adders. I suppose you're right, and we must treat your wounds as well. Akali, could I ask you to return to the Adder's Nest to deliver our report? I'll tend to Mistress Nashmira's scratches and see that no other troublemaking dustwights show up. Bye. What's this? You apprehended the Dustwhite miscreants for us? Splendid. On behalf of Gridania, you have our gratitude. We will dispatch a unit to the South Shroud at once. My apologies for the delay, Akali. I'm pleased to report that our dancing Dustwhite friends have been handed over to the proper authorities, and Rana's patched up my wounds good as new. With sufficient rest, I should be back on the stage in no time. Not on my watch, you won't. I mean, pray do not overexert yourself, Mistress Nashmira. You need your rest. I told you I could have handed over the culprits myself. I know, Rana, and yet I wanted to be there myself when they awoke. It played out exactly as I expected. They remembered little or nothing about their dancing, their secret gatherings, or any of the conversations that led up to it all. Just being stubborn, no doubt. Worry not, friends. The Twin Adders will carry out a proper interrogation. And yet, one thing concerns me. Is it true that these events bear striking similarity to a situation you witnessed in Uulda? What we have witnessed is none other than the Totenens, the Dance of the Damned, and it is our God's given duty as dancers to see that it is never danced again. The Dance of the Damned? Our mission? Whatever are you rambling about, Mistress Nashmira? I thought our mission was to lend strength and succor to the suffering, and lift the spirits of the realm. That it is, and yet the truth of exactly what that entails runs far deeper. Throughout our storied history, the dancers of Falsam have saved countless lands time and time again from a fate most dire. When war and calamity ravaged the land, fear and anger filled men's hearts. These emotions festered, reacting with the aether around us, in the air we breathe, the ground beneath our feet, to form an etheric manifestation of malice that spreads like a dark cloud across the land. The weak, the downtrodden, the scorned and suffering. Sadly, it is these people who are oft the weakest to fall prey to dark despair. Left unchecked, the shadow fully consumes them, their hearts, their minds. In the end, even control of their very limbs is taken from them. Stripped of their last semblances of sanity, they flail about in a manner most hideous. Tales tell of mothers blissfully unaware as they trampled their beloved children, men who danced so violently they ripped the limbs from their own body. This is the Tortedens, the dance of the damned. What madness is this? If you speak true, and this damnable dance you speak of arises from the fear and anger in people's hearts, why did it not manifest itself in the wake of the calamity, in Eorzea's darkest hour? Call me mad, but I think I understand. In times of greatest crisis, just surviving for another day requires all the strength we can muster. People have neither the time nor the freedom of mind to dwell on emotions like hatred or anger. Rana has the right of it. It is precisely at this time, a time when Eorzea has made great strides in its recovery, yet deeper wounds go undressed, that your people are most susceptible to the damnable dance. So that is why our art was born so many ages ago. Not to drive out the darkness from people's hearts in a figurative sense, but to literally cast out etheric shadows and free the afflicted from the clutches of the courtesans. Yes, that is the truth. That is the truth of trope falsa, passed down from principle to principle for generations. What I did for the Duskwites was to use my dance to extract darkness from their hearts and give it physical form. From that form that can be struck down and banished. It has been several centuries since the menace of the courtesans last reared its ugly head. To be honest, when we first came to Eorzea, I was unsure as to what we would encounter. So as not to worry the two of you overmuch, I kept the truth from you. Yet now that I have seen it with my own eyes, our mission could not be more clear. As the inheritors of Crextans, we must chase the shadow of courtesans from this realm. I beg forgiveness for the secrecy, my friends, and ask that you lend me your aid. You can count on me. Of course you can count on us. After all, Akali and I are dancers of Troop Falsum too, and it's like you always say, a dancer never abandons her partner. Why should you have to carry the burden of saving the whole realm all by yourself? Rana, Akali, after all my harsh words and hidden truths, you are far too kind. I must confess that I am still struggling to understand all this, but one thing is clear. This dancing epidemic you speak of poses a grave danger to our realm. I will contact the other grand companies immediately and appraise them of the threat. Should there be any reports of similar phenomena in other nations, we would like to call upon you to deal with the matter. Forgive us for the imposition, but clearly this is beyond our ability. Leave it to us. Nothing would honor us more than if the nations of Eorzea would place their trust in Troop Falsum and allow us to perform for their people. And with that, only Ishgard and Alamigo remain in our itinerary. Of the two, Ishgard has had more time for its people to recover from the scars of war. Let us make it to our next destination. At any rate, we will need more time to properly prepare for the confrontation ahead. In the meantime, Rana, you are to continue your performances. You require more practice still before I can bequeath to you all the secrets of the Crextans. You can count on me, Mistress Nashmera. And you, Akali, pray continue to hone your skills in battle. If we hope to prevail against the Tortanans, we will need your martial skills as much as we need your dancing. For no, it is not enough that we lure the shadows out of people's hearts. We must dispel the darkness for good, lest it simply drift on until it finds another unsuspecting host. Yes, we will be needing your strength more than ever. And with that, I too should prepare myself. Our true last act draws ever closer at hand. It's kind of a dumb storyline, but they can't all be winners. Nashmera is smiling at you expectantly. Oh, Kali, your timing is impeccable. I just received word from Ishgard. The powers that be have decided to welcome Troop Falsum with open arms. Fortunately, there are no rumors to suggest that Tortanens has already struck in the city, or any of the surrounding regions of Korthus. And yet, word has it of some of the less privileged residents of the city have grown increasingly vocal of late, not entirely unlike what we witnessed in Ul'dah. We must be vigilant. And so I would like to ask you and Rana to make for the Holy See as soon as you are able. I would join you, but I fear my wounds are not healing as quickly as I'd hoped. It would only slow you down. Leave it to us, Mistress Nashmera. No matter what shadows plague the people's hearts, there'll be no match for your two favorite protégés. Come, Akali. Ishgard awaits us. Which way was that again? Okay. Ishgard. We are not dressed for the weather. Brr! Why, my arms and legs feel like they're going to freeze and snap off like icicles. How can you even bear this, Akali? I've gotten used to it. Huh, I suppose adventurers like you get to experience all sorts of climbs in your travels. Perhaps with time I'll get used to it too. That's fair. That's a better statement. Anyhow, our first order of business is to pay our respects to our hosts. I've been told that one Sir Handaloop awaits us at a place they call the Congregation. I take it you know the way? I do know the way. Oof. Oh no. If only we could find Sir Emmerich, but I think he's still in Alamigo. He would absolutely die to see us dressed like this. Well met, Akali. It is always a pleasure to welcome you back to Ishgard, though I must say I did not expect you to see you return as a member of a traveling dance troupe. Just wait until you see her on stage. She is a sight to behold. Oh, but forgive me. My name is Rana Amigo, and I thank you for opening your gates to our of your fair city to Troop Falsium. The pleasure is ours. I must confess that I found the report from our friends at the Twin Adder regarding this Dance of the Damned somewhat difficult to believe, but even a great hero like Akali would come all the way here for this purpose. I would be a fool to dismiss the threat. And yet, I have questions. The instructions from your mistress Najimera called for rounding up prominent members of the commoner class and seating them front and center at your performance. I did not object, of course, but whatever purpose is this meant to serve? The Tortizans is a plague that spreads from one man's heart to the next, and those whose hearts weigh heaviest with anger, fear, and unease are often first to fall prey to its clutches. If we can assemble influential members of the community and free their hearts from shadow before disaster strikes, these men and women could in turn raise the spirits of their peers. Mistress Nashimera believes this is our best hope for curtailing the spread of the Tortizans. Where the leaders go, others will follow. I suppose it is a logical course of action as any. Very well. I have already identified suitable personages and extended to them an invitation to your performance. The venue will be before the Gates of Judgment. We believe this location will be most accessible to those who live outside the city walls. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Well then, Akali, we'd best get on our way. We don't want to keep our audience waiting out there in the freezing cold, do we? Oh, why did I remind myself about the cold? Brr. It's busy in the office. The Gates of Judgment are just down here. I don't know, I got concerned for a second. I was like, do I want to go here? No. Talk about an imposing audience. Now let's give them a show to remember. Oh, and Akali, let's keep the true purpose of our performance to ourselves, alright? We don't want to cause a panic after all. If we can draw out and dispel the darkness before the Tortizan strikes, our task will be that much easier. Besides, we want our audience to enjoy the show, don't we? I must admit, I'm a bit nervous, but I know we'll be fine if we trust each other. Alright, here goes nothing. Watch closely and follow my lead. Ladies, gentlemen, fair citizens of the Holy See, hailing from distant Radzedhan in the east, we are Trope Falasab. Today, we dance for you, the Kragnans, an ancient art passed down to us from the days of yore. Though the Kragsdance was born on the battlefield, it is a dance that brings healing and succor Your people suffered far too long the horrors of the Dragonsong War. Let our performance fill your hearts with hope and heal any scars that may still linger. And now, without further ado, let the show begin. I've never seen dancing like this before. It stirs the depths of my very soul. Just watching her, I can feel my pain and anger melting away. Pay no mind to those ominous clouds. It's all part of the performance, you see. Yes, Trofalsum spares no expense in treating our audience to a spectacle for the senses. That's your cue, Akali. Now sweep those nasty shadows away. Dun, dun, dun. When I received a sudden invitation to this performance, I didn't know what to expect. That was simply remarkable. Ever since the show ended, my mind is clear and all my troubles just don't seem so bad anymore. And I the same, I must say. The last scene with those fearsome shadow beasts appeared was particularly dramatic and invigorating. It's the strangest feelings. Even though my lot in life hasn't changed one bit, I feel like I'm able to face tomorrow with my head held high. Oh, you folks are far too kind, but thank you, one and all. Never in my life have I felt so proud to be a dancer. Nothing quite like seeing all those smiling, satisfied faces, don't you agree, Akali? Just the thought that we were able to bring a measure of happiness and hope to those proud, strong people makes all the hard hours of training worthwhile. And can you believe it? We were even able to stave off the shadows before the Totenans even struck. I do believe we've more than done Nashmira proud. I dare say our job here is done, so why don't we head back to Gridania and share the good tidings with everyone? I'll race you there. Well, I'm just gonna teleport. No. Akali, it's Mistress Nashimera. She's gone. Settle down, Rana. Nothing ill has befallen our leader. She has simply taken leave of absence, entirely of her own volition. She said she had a matter to attend to with an old friend, the same friend who introduced her to our patron, Master Gikidru, if I recall. She was reluctant to go into detail, but it would seem this individual is also familiar with the Totazans, and has been researching the situation at Alamigo on our behalf. Miss Nashimera means to join her there and scout out a suitable venue for our ultimate performance. She has asked that you and Rana continue training on your own until such time as she summons us. Would it have killed her to at least wait for our report? Or does this mean she actually trusts us? If Mistress Nashimura believes in our ability to handle affairs, I suppose we owe her the same in return. Now that Alamigo has finally been freed from the Garlean yoke, surely it's only a matter of time before its people are ready to welcome us with open arms. At that same time, much like Ishgard, it is a land whose people have known more than their fair share of suffering. We will need to be at our best to deliver them from the dance of the damned. You know what that means, Akali. We must train with greater discipline than ever before. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, hell yeah. Rana Amigo has a letter in hand and is excitingly waving it in your direction. Great news, Akali! A post-Muggle just dropped off this letter from Mistress Nashimura. She says the stage has all been set for our performance in Alamigo. Why, she even scouted out what she claims is an ideal venue to host our exhibition, a village called Alagana that sits in the Garabanya Highlands. Though Alamigo is finally free from the Garlean rule, many of its people still have doubts that this place will truly prevail. In other words, it is precisely the sort of place where the Totozans might strike. At any rate, Mistress Nashimura assures me that she and her secretive acquaintance have made all the necessary preparations. The Alamigan resistance, she says, has seen fit to ensure that Alagana's most prominent residents will be in attendance. If we can perform as we did in Ishgard with swiftly dispel the darkness from their hearts, surely they will be able to influence their fellow villagers and stave off the onset of the Totozans. And what did she say at the very end of the letter? Ah yes, Rana, Akali, the success of our tour and the very future of Trope Falazam itself rides on you. I am counting on you to rise to the occasion. Are you as excited as I am? Let's make this a show for the ages. And with that, let us set for Alagana. We mustn't keep Mistress Nashimura waiting. Alagana. Ah, there you are, Akali. Have you by chance seen Mistress Nashimura? I can't find her anywhere, but I'm sure she'll be along soon. I know she wouldn't miss our performance for the world. And look what I found. I scoured the trope's wardrobe to find outfits befitting our grand finale. One thing's for certain. We'll be dressed to impress. And remember, mum's the word about Tortenens, alright? We want our audience to enjoy the performance without worrying themselves with the terrible truth behind it all. Well then, whenever you're ready to take to the stage, you know where to find me. That's it, Akali. Ready to raise the curtain on our final act? It's Hollywood time, baby. So close and yet so far, for all who cannot make the voyage to our home, who we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Razadhan, across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent Trope Falsam. Today, we perform for you the ancient dance of our ancestors, a spectacle to stir the heart, enrich the mind, and chase away the shadows of doubt that plague your soul. Feast your eyes upon the Craigsteins. For what it's worth, this has to be very exciting for these people, though. Like, 25 years of Garlean rule. And you get, like, a stage show. Right on cue. Alright, Akali, let's take out this nasty thing before our audience realizes it's not just for show. Just look at those enraptured faces. The excitement in the air is almost palpable. They know they're about to get a show the likes of which they've never seen. The Alamegans are counting on us, Akali, and in more ways than they themselves even know. We must dance, and not stop dancing till every last shadow has been purged from their hearts. This is the performance we were born to give. Can I dance, partner? Oh, fuck. Let my steps run off. Standing in AoEs, huh? Mistress Nashimera, oh, I knew you wouldn't miss our grand finale, and your dancing, why, you were every bit as enchanting as I remembered from all those years ago. Sharing the stage with you was truly a dream come true. I simply had to make amends for my embarrassing display in Gridania. Did I not? My wounds had all but healed entirely, so I've redoubled my training efforts after arriving here in Alamigo. I dare say I feel as spry as I have in years. And yet, there can be no doubt, you and Akali were the true stars today. To think you have come so far in such short span of time. Mayhap I should have just admired your performance from the wings instead of stepping in. Tut, tut, Maria. I seem you recall telling me just the other day that the girl was still not ready for the spotlight. Oh shit. You know, Lamaine, I am strict with my students because I expect only the best from them. And those two have done me proud today. Fancy meeting you here, Akali. I must admit, it gave me quite a start when my Maria here told me that you, of all people, had joined her merry little troop. Maria and I go far, far back, you know. After those horrific events unfolded in Ul'dah, I hid away in Thavnair for some time. It was then that we first made each other's acquaintances. Song and dance go together rather well. Needless to say, and our friendship rapidly blossomed, when she turned to me for assistance in planning Falsazim's tour of Eorzea, I was more than happy to do my part. It does not surprise me that an accomplished adventurer would have many friends across the realm, but never would I have suspected you and my dear Lamaine were so close. Truly fate must have brought us together for a reason. I feel the same. Your presence alone has motivated me to grow in ways I never thought would be possible. You have given me the courage, strength, and determination to be more than what I was. Thought I recognized that face from somewhere. From Liberator of Alamigo to Traveling Performer, eh? Not a path I'd have predicted, but I'm hardly surprised to see you emerge triumphant, and whatever you do. Aye, that was truly a performance for the ages. Here, in Algana, we don't get much exposure to foreign cultures. Rather stimulating that was, especially the grand finale where you chased off those bloody shadow beasts. Got the blood pumping, I'd say. I only wish there was more we could do to show our appreciation. Think nothing of it, my good sir. Just knowing that we've brought a measure of joy to Alamigo in its time of need is reward enough for us. Too kind you are, miss. The road ahead of us is a long one, but thanks to you, we can stride down it with a spring in our step. Know that our village is always open to you, should you ever be willing to grace us with another performance. Farewell, friends. Whew, for a second I thought he might have realized the true nature of those shadows, but no. The threat of Totozens is gone for now, and it seems no one's the wiser. That is heartening indeed. And with that, we should prepare for our departure. The Alamegans were kind enough to invite us in these trying times. We mustn't linger so long that our presence becomes a burden. I too should be on my way. It was a pleasure and honor both to see you on the stage again, Maria, and you as well, Akali. Till our paths cross again, go in safety. $325 was the maximum eye level for that. Oh, it wasn't too bad. Well, that's the last of it. Our props are packed up and we're ready to take to the road. I must say, it's a touch bittersweet knowing that this was our last performance, but I suppose even the best of things must come to an end. Mistress Nashimera will go ahead to Limsa to secure us passage back to Radzed-Han. You'll stop by and see us off, yes? We'd like to pay you proper thanks for taking our leave of this land. Limsa Lominsa. To the docks, yes. Oh, those docks. Okay. Oh, it got cold here so quickly. My little fingers are freezing. It's been super hard to play, like, games as of late because of how cold it is suddenly. I just get locked up. I won't blame that for my poor Delta Ruin performance, though. I just can't play that game. Oh, God, it got so chilly. It's supposed to warm up again, but it's been dipping in the 50s and 60s. Akali, I'm so touched. You really did come to see us off. Thank you ever so much for all you've done. It was an honor to tour Eorzea with you and bring strength and succor to its people. You have my gratitude as well, Akali. The people whose hearts you touched will, in turn, inspire others. Yes, before long the Dance of the Damned will be but a memory. And yet, until that time, we cannot let down our guard. I propose that we extend our tour of Eorzea, in the event that there are yet people in this realm who still require our aid. Do you truly mean this, Mistress Nashimera? Akali and I can keep dancing together? In good time, Rana, yes, but Akali is an adventurer, and one whose services are justifiably in high demand. It would not be very considerate of us to monopolize her services for our ends. And so we bid you farewell for now. Rana and I will remain in Limsa and consult with Master Kikajuru about potentially extending our tour to a new location. Pray come back and visit us on occasion, yes? Rana gets awfully lonely without your company. Hey, that's not... Well, I suppose it is true. Keep dancing, Akali, and let us eagerly await the day when we can take the stage together anew. Technical step is my favorite. You can do such big numbies. My dance cage is expanded. So, how you do this is that you pre-pull your dance. Oops, this'll watch me hit the wrong numbers. So you pre-pull your dance, and then Devilment and Technical Step share a timer. Bye-bye. And then eventually you should be able to get, because Standard Step is a much shorter cooldown, you should eventually be able to keep your Standard buff up while dancing under Technical Step, and then do another Standard Step while under Technical Step. It's very good. And then there's a whole bunch of fan stuff that you can do. You save all your little your feathers, and then you shoot them all at once, and then like weave them in between your these thingies. You can do so much. You can do some sick damage as a dancer. You can do 120k crits with technical step. It's the good shit. But anyway, we must move on. Those numbers won't mean anything in like 2 months. You'll be able to do like 10k crits. Let's see. We need to do Dragoon quests very, very badly. My Dragoon looks like a hot mess, but we're just gonna deal with that. Yeah. Dancer is crazy. Does it tell me the potency of it? It doesn't, but it's like... It's a 15-second buff. I believe it's a... Triggers the cooldowns of weapons. Step actions. Roll, triggers the cooldown of weapon skills, step actions, and finish actions upon execution. Cannot be executed. It doesn't tell me what it gives. It's going to be back up in 7 seconds. It's a big buff for everybody within range. I think it's a crit buff. That's usually what it is. It's a 20-second buff. Damage dealt is increased. So yeah. It's huge. It's huge to be under technical step. No, not there. Not there either. We want to go, actually. Dragon. No, that's right. I'm in the wrong class, though, but that's okay. I assume my Dragoon quest is over here? Uh-oh. Okay, maybe. Did I just never do the last 60 quest? Oh boy, I hope so. I hope my man is right there. If he's not there, I have no idea where to get the Dragoon quest. I don't think we've done any 60 Dragoon quests. Finding your class trainers is just really half the game. Oh, there he is. Sir Albert is pondering the flow of time. Oh, it's because we finished Dragoon early. We hadn't finished Heavensward yet. Akali, word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he had said something ere his departure. But then I suppose it is only to be expected. With Nidhogg slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray, and they are not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice it to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Estinian from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Hetsuin's internal strife. May Helone lend her the strength needed to shake free from the Dragon Blood's fierce grip. You are looking quite well, Sir Alberic, and Mistress Akali. 'Tis a pleasure to see you too. Lord Montergains, Akali and I were just speaking of your daughter. The daughter of mine is in fact why I sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant who had passed through the Chocobo forest. If his word is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hetsuin herself. The letter was a call for help. Mistress Akali, she bade you search for her. By the Fury! Has she been set upon by the heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in her message. Oh, not a day goes by that I do not pray for her safe return. Akali, I must ask that you take up your lance once more to aid your fellow Dragoon. Are you willing? Thank you, Mistress Akali. Hetsuin awaits you in the Dravanian forelands. Please help her with whatever she requires. I need to take off this helmet. And by taking off this helmet, I mean... There we go. Now I look less silly and we can continue on with our lives. To Dravanian Forest. It's all suck. But I think this is one of the few places I cannot fly in Heaven's Port. My life is a joke. Oh no. Am I even close? Is it even something that I can make happen in the next 10 seconds? I could. It's one quest. Who has the quest? I have no idea. I'm actually living like a Final Fantasy mild nightmare, because I need to, a bunch of my classes are super undergeared on my actual main, so I've been, and with, actually, Revelation, this is hard to explain. Once you hit endgame, there's like tomes that you're supposed to get every week, and they're still capped. Endwalker comes out in 2 months, and it is still capped. So if I capped every week going forward until Endwalker, I can still only gear like one class. It's it's the worst. So I will deal with that eventually. I couldn't believe that Revelation was still capped 2 months before the next expansion. Akali! So the letter reached my father. I am so sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me. As you well know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. That said, the Blood's hold on me is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. His help has been invaluable in learning to control the dragon within. In fact, I have a mind to introduce him to you. Oren Kai, Akali, is arrived. It is an honor to meet you, hero of men. Much have I heard of you from my father. He would often talk of the warrior that boasts of the strength of the dragon. Oren Kai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the Blood's effects. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words with you, were it not for his help. I called you here in order to repay my debt to him. Oren Kai, Oren Kai, tell Akali what troubles you. Yes, thank you. Long before I came to this world, in the age when man and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. But the dragon song war tore them asunder. Father belonged to Haze Relvgar's brood, as do I, but his consort was part of Nidhogg's. When Nidhogg demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Ratsokor, Father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by Father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have since put an end to the Dragon Song War. I am positive Father's consort will return if we were to inform her of the war's conclusion. Oren Kai requires your aid to search for his father's consort and bring her back home. However, as she left Dravania some 1,000 summers past, locating her shall be far from an easy task. Under normal circumstances, I would help Oren Kai myself, but while I am somewhat recovered, I am yet far from being in complete control. This is why I summoned you, Akali. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Oren Kai in his search. You have my sincerest thanks, Akali. Thank you, Akali. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, whilst we know she is somewhere to the east, we are entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I would suggest you first try asking Sir Albrecht about Dravanian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east. Pray report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent. He's real cute. The little baby dragons are cute. They do take some getting used to. We definitely wanted to finish the Dragoon quest before we get too far into Shadowbringers, which I should be able to do next week. I should be able to get this class to 70. It's almost at 67. I think before we jump into Shadowbringers, I'll do a class quest roundup to try and square some things away. Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hitsuin? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are oft made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation priest. I have known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. Although, to think that a dragoon once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons should now wish to help one, 'tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matters not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your query with him. Pray return anon, and I shall impart my findings unto you. Next Dragoon quest will be available from Albrecht upon reaching level 63. I take it you found out all the information I needed in these past 5 seconds? Sir Albrecht is keen to regale you with the Dravanian legends. Ah, Kali, just the woman I wish to see. We finished examining the Dravanian legends known to us but a short while ago. However, the priest bade me make it clear to you that these kinds of legends are oft told in increasingly colorful ways as the years go on. Quite common it is for a mere scalekin or pug to, with the keeper's help, transform into a fearsome dragon. I suppose it should come as little surprise. Legends gain fame by capturing the imagination of the masses. It would not do for an unadorned winged lizard to be the protagonist. But let us put the issue of authenticity to one side for a moment. I have summarized the first tale which seemed most relevant on this piece of parchment. Pray put it to use in your search. Oh, and lastly, tell Hitsuin that she is ever in my thoughts. I don't know if Q is here. Paying attention. She's not. Oh no, there she is. But I can't tag her. Why can't I tag Q? Kafka is just yelling behind me. There she goes.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Where are we going? Tailfeather. Yeah, he was sitting behind me and he was just screaming. And then, as she was coming downstairs, he ran over to scream at her on the stairs. I don't know what his little issue is, but he's got a lot to say. She picked him up mid-meow, so he made that strangled, like, "Rrrk." Do, do, do. I can still hear him yelling upstairs. He's such a mouthy little lad. I could have sworn I heard him upstairs just now. Would that parchment happen to be for mine eyes? I think you're just trying to defend the boy. Ah yes, I would never forget Sir Alberic's exquisite handwriting. This information shall be of great use, I am sure. Let us see. It seems he thinks we ought to commence our search within the slumbering worm of Garabanya. This is my first time seeing these patterns that men use. Fascinating indeed that you can share information in such a manner. Dravian history is chronicled not with letters but through song. These verses have taught me much about Falnhum, my father's consort. Falnhum, you say? Well, knowing her name can only aid in the search. Akali, pray accompany Ornkai to the ruins of the Fist of Ralgar's temple in the Fringes. Sir Albert states that this is where the origins of the slumbering worm lie. The journey ahead is long, and it will benefit us not to delay our departure any longer. Whistle for me when you have reached our destination, and I shall come to your side. Fists of Ralgar. Oops. I think this would be the fastest way. Well, can't fly here either. I forgot what level I was. I was like, why is that thing attacking me? I'm like 70. That is incorrect. It would seem man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I had been expecting something similar to those found in the churning mists. Let us venture inside and see if one of them cannot be found. Akali! Your help, if you please. This thing is hella cool looking though. Oh, that's right. My rotation is better now. It doesn't suck anymore. There were so many cool dragoon things I wanted to do. He's back down here screaming. I had been admiring the craftsmanship of man when it suddenly moved towards me, though I struggled to believe this is what the legends refer to as the slumbering worm. Oh, Jesus. So Eric, we don't know Eric, but I know Eric. Well, he doesn't know us, but I know Eric. Eric is a prominent... he's a prominent NPC in the Monk quest line, and he's super obnoxious and super rude. Researching the slumbering worm, are we? It's always nice to see others take up an interest in history, even if it is entirely shallow. Oh wait, you know of the slumbering worm? We have journeyed here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon. Ha ha! You Dravanians could do with studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm has long since passed. The high priest Hamet, also known as the slumbering worm, departed this world over 300 years ago. The slumbering worm was a mere man? But of course! Why would you think otherwise? Hamet was a monk renowned for his mastery of meditation, though, when necessary, he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the slumbering worm alias after... And then he just... Well, it seems we must begin our search anew. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let us pay a visit to Sir Albrecht instead. Anyone Hetzwing holds in such high regard can surely aid our hunt. He's technically your monk trainer for a small chunk of the monk quest, despite being what he is. Monk quests are quests I have not done in a hot minute, so, but I know he was there. I know he annoyed me. I think we can do the 65 quest. Oops, always the wrong way. That's probably all we'll get done for Dragoon today. What do I call it? No, because I definitely have Summoner and Scholar quests to do, and the Dark Knight quest, and then that most certainly would be it. And that probably will put us at a good time to stop, and then we'll do patch 4.4 tomorrow, and that is all we'll probably be able to do, but we should be able to get through all of it. Good day, Akali. Our friend here has informed me as to the truth behind the legend. My apologies for not looking deeper into the story before bringing it to your attention. Your next destination lies in the Far East. Tell me, Akali, have you set foot in that region before? A port city called Kugane. Sounds positively fascinating. I imagine it would be a fine place to begin looking into this next legend. Regrettably, I should not think Orin Kai will be able to accompany you on this journey. But how do you expect to find Fonem without a dragon in tow? Your plight will be well understood, Orin Kai. It is truly a shame your wings do not match your ambition. Though mayhap I have not fully considered all options available to us. We do owe you a great debt for all you have done for Hetsune. Allow me some time, and I shall see to it that you are able to follow Akali to the Far East. You have my thanks, Sir Albrecht. Oh, I wish I could set off this very moment. Perhaps a spot of hunting would be enough to calm me down. Pray call me when preparations are complete. At the very least, we now know that Hetsune will not have wanted for company since leaving Ishgard. Sadly, I may struggle to secure passage to the east in quite as timely a manner as he would like. Pray keep your lance arm honed. There is no knowing just what you shall face in Othard. Ta-da! Not. Sir Albert plans to try his hand at dragon smuggling. Akali, it pleases me to tell you that I have at last discovered a means to have our young friend safely transported to Kugane. I have reached an agreement with the owner of an establishment in the area. I believe its name was Bokusen Hot Springs. Converse with him once you are arrived in Kugane, and he shall tell you Ornkai's whereabouts. I took the liberty of making the little one aware of a few local legends. Hopefully they shall aid you in your search for men. I believe... Come on, come on, come on! Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokusen Hot Springs cannot heal. Oh, you say your name is Akaliana? Why, a package just arrived for you. I shall fetch it right this instant. Anyone release me from this icy prison? Ugh, what was that blasted dragoon thinking? It was all well and good for him to tell me to simply sleep through the journey. He is not the one stuffed in a crate full of ice crystals. And the boat! Oh, how it rocked! Admittedly, he is right in thinking dragons capable of entering a long sleep-like state, but we are not bears. We do not require freezing cold temperatures to achieve this. Ugh, my fangs are like icicles. That said, I must admit, I enjoyed my best sleep for many a year. At any rate, now that we are both here, we can resume the search for Flumen. Before I am unceremoniously stuffed into that crate, Sir Albert told me of the legend of Seriu, a dragon regarded as the guardian of the Far East. Though something tells me we would not have much luck with this tale either, the story has existed for several thousand years. One of them only came to these lands a mere millennium ago. Sir Albert agreed that the story most worth our attention was that of the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. This came into being much more recently. I suggest you visit Isari and try asking the residents if they know anything that might be of help. Whistle for me once you feel you have found something I should know. Oh no, Isari. That's, Onokoro, I believe. Or not? Oh, yes. Okay, good. Would it have been faster? Hardly. No. I'm so excited. One of the changes they're doing for Dragoon is the blood of the dragon becomes it's gonna become a trait. So instead of having like a countdown bar, it will always exist, and so I don't have to worry about my rotation. So I only can worry about my rotation. Because blood of the dragon ticks down unless you do certain actions. But there's a lot of downtime in fights, so it's really easy to lose the blood of the dragon, and then you have to start all over again. I'm disconnecting. I saw that. Uh-oh. Let me double check stream. I saw the little disconnecting symbol. Ruh-roh. Oh no, we're good here. Okay. Thank you, Final Fantasy. Never a good sign. I wonder if it's because I was in combat on a mount and then hit the water, and the game just couldn't handle that. Yeah. There we go. What is that now? Am I familiar with the Serpent of the Ruby Sea? You will struggle to find someone here who is not. Not a day of my childhood passed without my grandmother telling me of that fairy tale. These days, hearing the opening line of it alone puts me to sleep in an instant. All children that dare swim out into the deep ocean sea are sure to become the sea serpent's tea. Oh, I nearly fell asleep there. I imagine that is all anyone my age will be able to tell you. Try asking the elderly woman over there if you want to know more. You would have me tell you the fairy tale of the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. Oh, dear child, that is no mere fairy tale. Head on over to the choral banquet if you do not believe me. You shall find a horror beyond your wildest nightmares. Its nose misses nothing, especially not the blood of men. There is many a tale of wounded pirates falling overboard and being swallowed alive before they could plant a hand on the ship they fell from. Does it seem like the serpent could be fond of him? While it is true we dragons do hunt by following our prey's scent, I have not known our kind to swallow men whole. The idea strikes me as awfully barbaric. While I doubt this will lead us to Fluminum, my curiosity has been piqued, and I cannot simply leave this mystery unsolved. It's also a brilliant excuse for me to engage in a bit of hunting. We cannot hope to draw out the beast without bait, after all. Head to the choral banquet, and I shall join you shortly. I was having problems diving last time, so I'm hoping I don't have to. Mind your business. What's stormy in the Ruby Sea? It should not be in the ocean during a thunderstorm. That's dangerous. Oh. Oh, a boss fight. Whoops. I wonder what he gives. No, it's impossible to 1v1 the boss fights. Usually if you do a call for them, people might come, because all boss fights, usually boss fights like that, when they have the special music, usually give an achievement. I don't know how it works on the EU, but in NA, there are dedicated data center hunts and stuff. So I'm on Aether, so we have an Aether hunt Discord where you can also call the rare fates and stuff. So if you call out, if you do a shout and nobody's there, no one responds, you can always throw it in the Discord to see if the well, you can kill special fates and bosses without a Discord. It helps if you're looking for, because you can't do it by yourself, so it's worth being in the Discord to at least call it. As far as hunts go, there's people that get pretty persnickety about it, and I am definitely, like, I'm on the 50-50 side of it. The hunt groups are really nice because as many people as possible get a chance to do them. But, like, getting mad at people for getting a small group together to do them isn't cool either. The hunt groups are nice because you're getting as many people as possible, the amount of hunts that they need to get to these really ridiculous achievements and mounts. But it's not right, like, if a group of, like, 8 can take down an old Stormblood one, just let them. It's not hurting anybody. Father never mentioned you were this slow, Akali. I have already hunted a beast that will doubtless lure out the serpent, and I will arrive here long before you do. I shall go on ahead and hurl the bloody meat into the sea. Pray deal with any hungry creatures that are drawn to us. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. God damn it. I find the big hunt trains a lot of fun though. I think they're really neat to do. Well, I do not know about you, but that was somewhat bigger than what I was expecting. We may have failed to find Funim, but in her place we've gained a delicious supper. Now that we have the serpent's meat, let us head back to the Bokusan Hot Springs. The last one back has to prepare dinner. It's nice that you can just live in the hot springs now. Oh, Akali, good to see you returned at last. I must confess, I was unable to resist the meat's seductive call, and before I knew it, I devoured the vast majority of the spoils. Please do help yourself to whatever is left. I have stored the leftovers in the crate I was sent here in. Pay no attention to anything that may resemble teeth marks. Those are indentations created by the ice. Oh, anyone can see through that lie. I'm sorry, Akali. I do hope my greed has not upset you too much. I was never one for meat. Truly? After hearing of your feats of strength from Sir Albert, I assumed you must feed upon tons of meat every day. Regardless, meat is far from our primary concern at the moment. I am beginning to wonder if the day we find Fulman will ever come. But I must not allow myself to lose heart so easily. There are plenty of legends for us to look into. Hope is far from lost. Pray continue to grant me your support, Akali. That is all we can do, but we are almost done. I'll at least have one more quest before we get to Shadowbringers. Okay, so who's next? Let's do Summoner and Scholar. Summoner will be in Gridania. My Summoner and Scholar outfits aren't terrible, and you are not allowed. Well, I'll just put on Glamour. It's fine. Oh, this is fine. This is just the regular ass Summoner outfit. Alright, let's go. Maybe it's my red mage one is an actual disaster. I even got my little ears and everything. How deep into the summoner quest are we? I can't remember where we left off. $52. Alright. Demetria has new knowledge. Yes. To share with you. I think they're going to take that away, though. Greetings, Akali. Since we last met, the arduous task of deciphering those tombstones has occupied my every waking moment. I have made significant progress, but the cause of the ritual's failure yet eludes me. I am somewhat heartened, however, by my discovery of a number of new incantations. In fact, there is one spell which I believe you could soon master, with a minimum of Pray forgive my interruption. You are the leaders of the research effort on summoning magics, yes? I am Captain Dancing Wolf of the Immortal Flames. It is fortunate that I find you together, as I have questions for you both. And what would the Immortal Flames want with us, Captain Wolf? Does Uldah's military have some vested interest in the activities of summoners? Just one summoner in particular, madam. We seek a man by the name of Tristan. Then you do know him. I've read reports that you had been in pursuit of our former soldier, but I always like to have confirmation on our intelligence. The Immortal Flames has its own reasons for wanting Tristan found. If you have any idea of his whereabouts, then I must know what you know. So Tristan matched his summoning magics against yours and was ultimately consumed in fire. And you are certain that he perished. Have we given you reason to suspect otherwise? I do not doubt the veracity of your tale, but there has been an incident. A merchant caravan was recently attacked by a man who, by the description given, closely resembles Tristan in appearance. Should we allow the crime of a former Imperial Flame to go unanswered, then the integrity of the entire organization would be called into question. I will find him, and see that justice is served. We looked on as Tristan was engulfed in flames. Naught remained, not even a charred corpse, and we believed him to be utterly consumed. Could he have somehow survived that inferno? If he is alive, then we have unwittingly permitted the escape of a known pawn of the Paragons. Captain Wolf, you must allow us to accompany you on your investigation. Your combined expertise in the summoning arts is most welcome, Lady Demetria. The attack occurred on the roads of Camp Drybone. Join me in the settlement proper, and we can continue the search for witnesses. I'm actually excited to see Summoner all the way through, because the Summoner 80 quest is completely different now. Due to events in the patches of Shadowbringers, they've changed it. And I'm very interested to see if it's a completely different cutscene or just a dialogue change. It'd be crazy if it was a completely different cutscene. Demetria, Akali, as we are now cooperating on this investigation, I see no reason not to trust you with some of its duties. Let's split up and find out what these merchants know. No merchants. Huh. They attack out on the road? I hear the man who did it was swathed in a robe that was black as midnight. One of Ifrit's tempereds, I should think. Aye, now that you mention it, they did just cart in the body of a merchant. Such things are hardly noteworthy around here. As such, I failed to take notes. A friend of mine survived the assault, and he said he caught a glimpse of the villain's twisted face. I'm certain he would tell you more had he not left camp the moment his injuries were bound. Oh shit. That is barding for a trial we have not yet done. So we have one merchant left alive to tell the tale. According to my inquiries, our intrepid trader will likely be en route to Highbridge. We may yet catch him on the road if we are swift. Oh shoot, I should get the Tsukiyomi barding from my chocobo. With the bunny ears. So to make the Tsukiyomi barding, you needed to do the EX fight. And, so, for whatever reason, it's very baffling. They actually talked about this in a live letter not terribly long ago. But to make, like, bardings and stuff, the EX fights will sometimes drop... Oh, I could fly! What am I doing? Spare parts? Like these special items that will make, like, eventually the weapons. But also, like, there's usually a housing item, the barding, and, like, stuff like that. But it was really, really inconsistent. Because sometimes you could desynthesize weapons, and you could get a piece of the, like, the special material that you needed to make these items. So, like, for example, Byaku will drop fur, but you can't get fur from his weapons, strangely enough. Or you couldn't at one point in time get fur from his weapons. But if you did Lakshmi, no, if you did Susano, you could get the Susano pieces by desyncing his weapons, and they would also drop. For Tsukiyomi, for reasons that are unfathomable to me, when her special piece dropped, it was not even something you could roll on. It was occasionally and very rarely dropped into the inventory of one particular person. And in all the runs I've done of Tsukiyomi, I have never once gotten this piece of fabric. Yes, thank you. Well, aside from the injuries I sustained from a previous incident, I suppose, even first the caravan and now this, must thou be so eager to usher me into his hall? It is concerning the assault on your caravan that we endeavored to seek you out, sir. Is there aught you can tell us of the attacker? Aye, I should be glad to see him brought to justice, though I did not see his face in any great detail. Concealed as it was in the depths of a black cowl, I did glimpse a lock of silvery hair. But his stature I marked him of Huron stock, and by his fiery servant, a hell-spawned demon in disguise. A fiery servant? Those balls! That's the one! Where do you people find these things? The villain was in command of Ifrit Egi then, and we know the affinity Tristan has for primal flame. Aye, all the evidence points towards our man. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. You have been great help to our investigation. Oh, think nothing of it. Consider it poor recompense for my rescue at the hands of the gallant adventurer. I must report these developments to my superiors in the Halls of Flames. Pray join me in Ulda. There is more I would discuss with you. So yeah, these remnants from Tsukiyomi were absurd, and like, and then they were always insanely expensive. And then they got even more expensive when the Tsukiyomi weapons were brought out, which were gorgeous. So, well, actually, Yoshi P didn't realize that this was a problem, so during one of the live letters, someone asked a question to the directors, and they're like, hey, is there any reason why it's like this? And Yoshi P was like, what? It's like this? And he went and looked and talked to a bunch of the developers, and they were like, oh my god, why is it like this? So they fixed it recently, so that all weapons have a chance of dropping the rare piece, regardless of the trial. That being said, Tsukiyomi still gets randomly placed in a pocket, but you have a chance to get it from her weapons. Have I gotten it from her weapons? I have not. You know of Tristan's older brother, Cadian? Both were soldiers in service to the Immortal Flames. Both were soldiers under my command. Our unit was one of many deployed in the mission to destroy the Primal Ifrit, an occupation that succeeded at a staggering cost. Those who were not incinerated were tempered, with Caligan suffering the latter fate. As you well know, a primal's power is fueled by the faith of its thralls, and the greatest mercy we can grant such unfortunates is a swift journey to Thal's hollowed halls. Tristan volunteered to end the cursed existence of his own brother. He returned to Ul'dah with Cadian's blood on his blade, and I watched helpless as the guilt slowly strangled the life in his eyes. No words of comfort could reach him, and when he last quit the flames, he was a husk of the man he once was. Never did I imagine his grief-maddened mind would drive him to such desperate evils. Tristan was my soldier, and it is my responsibility to stop him. Thanks to your aid, we have mounting proof that he is still out there. When we are ready, we shall make our move. We are content to follow your lead in this, Captain Wolf, and we should certainly be fully prepared if we are met with the Dark Summoner in battle. I just threw my phone to the floor, so I just slapped it down. To that end, Akali, I would teach you one of the incantations I gleaned from those reciprocities of Alagon wisdom. 'Tis a spell of damaging magic employed in combat by the summoners of Eld. Let us call upon Captain Wolf once again. Once you have mastered its use, it would not do to engage Tristan while stumbling over unfamiliar magics. I just threw it to the floor for no real good reason. Let me grab that. Let's put that right back there. Okay. Complete the quest. Oh, yeah, the 5Gs. My government implanted tracking device. Dancing Wolf awaits your return, a grave expression upon his features. Auspicious timing, Akali. There has been news and none of it good. Our soldiers in central Thanalan have reported another attack. I looked over the notes for the initial investigation. Well... Whoops. Anyway. I'm sure it's Tristan. Let's go. Psst, itchy trigger finger. Before we go, though. So this is it. That's not bad. It used to be so much worse. These are prices I'm more familiar with. I like looking at the market board of people who have not updated since like changes and stuff, or don't keep an eye on the board, because this was at one point. This was the price of these remnants. Yeah. It's cheaper. The barding with the remnant is cheaper than... You know what? That's fine. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Do I have... I don't have any of the chocobos. Salad. Okay, let's grab some. Somebody in the front should have it, I think. I think it's super cheap because it drops randomly from Paja? That sounds fairly right. Who's got the greens? Is it you? Yes. Give me those. Thank you very much. Well, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Get Garuda, get out of my way. Yes. Beautiful. Perfect. This is peak performance. Let's go. This is also peak performance. What do you mean, more questions? I've spilled me tale to 3 different soldiers already. Me work gets further and further behind every time I gotta stop and talk to you folk. Here's an idea, though. How about you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours? That big lad in the uniform there looks like he could lift some good-sized rocks. And what about you, lass? You some sort of mage? We've had some trouble with local springins swapping our fire silver, and you're just the woman to get it back. The stuff's as rare as chocobo teeth, you know? Now, just a moment, sir. We don't have time for these distractions. Then maybe I don't got time to talk to you. Not until there's some little give with your take. I fear he means to be as stubborn about this, Akali. Please humor the man and retrieve his precious ore from the Spriggans. Look at me and all my chickens. Chicken, chicken. Let's go, lads. I got that one. Do I have... Oh, I didn't win, I don't have the minion from, Hildebrand, but... Let's go, girls. Jimkin. Oh, Jesus. I should be having Titan out. I'm getting beamed so hard. My gear is also garbage. More Spriggies. I was like, why are these hitting me so hard? Because I'm in the base 50 gear. Fighting level 55. And that would do it. Oh, I forgot his name was Bean Burrito. It's been so long since we've had him out. Don't die, Bean Burrito. Where's Physic? I took it. No, it's right there. Don't die. Live. Live. I know, you have to win the grant, like the big cacpot, right? For the chicken mask? I have not done that. Oh Jesus, we're screwed. A little tiny quesadilla. Be strong, Bean Burrito. That's fair. You find them Spriggans, lass? What about me fire silver? Oh, you got the whole lot back. Much appreciated. My apologies. My studies took rather long than I... Captain Wolf, is everything alright? Everything's fine. Now let's hear your story, sir. Aye, I reckon you've earned it. Well, we was in the mine, loading the carts with our haul for the day, when this bloke in robes appears. Doesn't say a word. The bastard just snaps his fingers and sets his pet demon and lighting me mates on fire. Aphrodite, Akali, if you would be so kind. Bloody hells, aye, that's the fiend I saw. 'Twas as we feared then, and this robe-clad man, do you have any idea of why he attacked you? Well, lass, there's more than silver to be found in Nanawa on a good day. We dug up our fair share of crystals as well. That seems to be what he was after. I'm not ashamed to say that I fled for me life once folks started going up in flames. But when I went back to sort out the mess, the cart what had the crystals in it was empty. He took them all. Aye, every single one. And that's all I've got to say about that. Hope you catch the bastard. Crystals. There was a crate of crystals on the list of goods stolen from that caravan. He must have taken everything else to conceal his intent. Our quarry grows careless or simply impatient. It is time I re-examined certain other incidents that we did not think related to this case. Meet me at the Hall of Flames, and we shall discuss the matter further. I can only imagine the reason why a man such as Tristan would seek to acquire a wealth of crystals. Come, Akali, let us not keep Captain Wolf waiting. Goodbye, my chickens. I'm going the wrong way. Just absolutely the wrong direction. I inspected our incident records, paying close attention to cargo manifests, and that included crystals. We had attributed several recent raids to the Omalja, but the victims were, every one of them, burned to death. Not entirely impossible considering the lizard man's affinity for fire, but to not find a single arrow or spear wound? Tis highly unlikely. Mayhap I should state aloud what we are all thinking. Judging by the sheer number of crystals involved, we must assume that this villain intends to call forth a primal. After my encounter with Ifrit, I learned just how devastatingly powerful these entities can be, and I believe the summoners, with their ability to harness such power, hold the potential to achieve great things. But if Tristan truly is mad enough to summon a primal, then that unthinkable act, and the bloody deeds he performed in preparation for it, will cause people to question the motives of all who practice the summoner's art. My studies of the tombstones revealed to me a tale of adulation. The summoners of Alag were revered as heroes for their part in defeating the ancient primals, but reverence slowly turned to revulsion as practitioners, intoxicated by their own immense power, began wielding the art of summoning as a means to further their own selfish ambitions. That is not to say, of course, that all summoners chose to become tyrants. Amongst the common people, however, it became a strongly held superstition that those who meddled in the powers of primals ultimately fell into the embrace of evil. The superstition blossomed into outright terror, and that is when the mage hunts began. By the end of the Third Astral Era, the last of the summoners had vanished from this stage of history. And should we allow Tristan to go through with his plans, then we risk a repeat of the tragedy. I will review the state of patrols on the crystal trade routes. We will catch them. Akali, before I joined you at the Nanawa mines, I was able to recover another incantation that may prove useful in the coming days. Wield its power wisely. Okay, and then we have Scholar and Dark Knight, and that actually puts us at time. How bad is my Scholar look? Oh, it's pretty bad. Actually, I just need to change the hat. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. Scholar is still... Oh, is it Limsa, or are we finally at Camp Bronze Lake? Well, one way to find out. Summoner storyline is actually incredibly, like, mangled because of how often it's completely changed. Every expansion, it's a completely different class. is the running joke, and so the spells really no longer fit with the story questline, unfortunately. So, oh good. I'm suspecting Monk will probably go through a similar thing, where the actions no longer match what you were what was being talked about. But it's been a really long time since I did Monk stuff. I don't need to know the secrets to that, Sprightly. I've already got that on lockdown. It's about to happen right here with these damn Scholar quests. Satoru Katsuro has been waiting for you. We have divined the location of the Grand Keystone, my friend. It lies in the ruins to the east. The credit for the find truly lies with Ulka Zolka. His knowledge of Nim is impressive. It was not long into our discussion of the stone's whereabouts that we were able to piece together where it might be. As you can imagine, he could not contain his curiosity. Even now, he is combing through the ruins. Please see that he comes to no harm. We often left guardians to watch our most precious assets. I told Alcazolka this, but he firmly believes the enchantments have worn thin. I am less sure. Be careful when you take the Grand Keystone. Oof. Twilight with fog is not a good look for this place. It's absurdly bright. In a bad way. Akali, you have arrived in time. I believe our prize is just yonder, and I trust Sir Cartero mentioned the Guardians. I have my doubts they will still guard our prize, but better safe than sorry. Should any awaken to our presence, we will reduce them to rubble. Ah, shit. duties are the worst, because your spells don't work. Keep your wits about you, Akali. By Talos, this can't be happening. A guardian! Well, we have dug up much of Nim's past. Mayhaps it's time we put a piece of it to rest. I think this will be fine. It's just fighting a thing. There's one that's absolutely miserable. Oh, my fairy's not out or anything. There he goes. Yeah, I really wish this man would target me instead. Algazolga moving into the AoE like an absolute champion, actually. Okay, well, I'm glad I have aggro now. Nope, just kidding. How do I secure aggro? From the only tank in this game that actually takes aggro. How did this happen? Not even Arshafant would take aggro. I should be using Rune 2 more. I simply can't be bothered. Alkazolga, do not die until I finish. Alkazolga! What a team we make! No foe can stand against Scholar and Martyrer. The Grand Keystone is ours. Sarita will no doubt be happy to get his hands on it. I've like got tears in my eyes begging Emmerich to take aggro, but Algazolga, he's got that shit. It's so weird. You're safe, thank the gods. And the Grand Keystone? Well done, you two. With this, I can cast a sealing enchantment over those of my people suffering most. I am full glad to hear it. Soon, the worst afflicted will be at peace once more, safely segregated from the others. But this is only the first step. I will need to learn the cause of the sickness before seeing my people cured. You are not alone in this, Senator Karuto. We three shall see an end to this blight. Scholars do a lot of damage, sprightly. Thank you, Alcazolga. Akali, I am proud to have you both at my side. Akali, it is time that you learned a new spell for giving succor to your comrades in arms. Indomitability. Once it was the sole province of high-ranking scholars. May it serve you well henceforth. Oh, the smallest AoE heal in existence. The smallest AoE heal in existence. The Citero Cargo seems to be at wit's end. I have worked day and night on the cure, yet I have little to show for it. My research is at a standstill for lack of information. I feared as much. If ever man had knowledge of the sickness, it was lost long before this age. Even after careful study of Nemerian tablets, I still know little more than what you have told me, that it came from the sea. From traders who returned from the South Seas, yes. They had lost their main mast in a fearsome tempest, and drifted, victims of the current, until at last they ran aground on a deserted isle. Half dead, they stumbled ashore, and would have perished but for the Lalafellan tribe that lived there. These natives nursed the traders back to health, and helped mend their ship. They even sent our men home with an amphora etched with ornate designs, a gift of friendship. In Nim, we have given them rights due to those lost at sea. When they sailed into port a year after they had left, you can imagine how joyful the mood was. Yet our joy soon turned to horror. The traders began to grow ill, for the sickness was upon them. They transformed, and the rest you know. The story suggests the traders contracted the disease on the isle. The voyage home must have been... Hold on. The traders were hale and healthy when they returned to Nim, yes? The sickness became known only after they reached port. You mean to suggest it was not the men who bore the disease? Then who, or what? Something they carried, perhaps? Something like the islander's gift? That does seem to be the more likely culprit, but without the amphora, this is all conjecture, and I would be astounded if a shard remained after 1,500 years. As would I. It was placed on display in the royal halls for all to see. If only I had considered it a possible source. The royal halls! I know exactly where those used to be. Precious little remains of them, but I will scour the area, and if Akali joins me, mayhap we will be lucky. Mayhap we will. Do-do-do. Let's go. Oh, these are the great halls. I'm stuck. You see no sign of the South Seas amphora. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a... I'm just gonna stand in this. Fantastic. Shoot. I have a really important message to actually respond to. Let me double check. Sorry, I have to respond to this. Monday. Monday. There we go. Alright, sorry about that. You see no sign of South Seas amphora, but there is another rock monster. That went through my entire shield? Sir? Still not moving. I'll put this down. A lightning. Oh! I'm sure my Chocobo's got it. Yeah, he got it. Well done, team. Who is fighting? Oh, okay. It's this other person. I was like, did my Chocobo just go in swinging? You spot something half covered with soil several yalms below you. Oh, now it wants me to jump off the cliff. There are so many people all around me. You dig out the an empty amphora from where the soil from where it lies. I'll just fly back. It's true. Oh no. Bunny ears do that. Oh, I am... Oh no, I'm fine. I just have to cross the sea. Keep going. I beg your pardon. You found it intact? Incredible. I remember this as though it were yesterday. This is the self-same amphora. Then it truly is an honest-to-God's miracle, though it occurs to me now that we should handle it with a bit more care, assuming it can turn us into tomeberries. Voidsen? Then that is what attempted to stop you from taking the amphora? Voidsen are drawn to the magics of their own kind, which means a Voidsen of some strength was likely sealed herein. Yes, here, a binding spell cut into the bottom. Dear gods, it cannot be. This is the work of Mach. Mach! Mach, beware the dark, keep away or lose your heart? That Mach? An apt rhyme doubtless inherited from Nim. Mach was our enemy, raptious and unwise. Their magi trafficked with the void, grew mighty from shadows, and attacked our lands time and time again. Look no further than this. Their sigil, which sealed the Voidsen in this gift, the islanders must have been their pawns in a plot to bring us to our knees. We were fools. Not once did we consider that everything from the Tempest to our trader's miraculous return might be a Void Mage ploy. I must return to my tomes. Pray allow me time to research this, and please tell me if you begin to transform. Royal has a 160 potency. Potency, I think I saw. Oh no, 240. It's the white mage one. 300. That's glare. I don't have, would have been like stone 3. 240. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, and we are done here. So the last thing we're going to do today is our Dark Knight quest. And I believe they are in... I think they're actually in Falcon's Nest. It's very cool, yeah. Yeah, I think they are just down here. Hello? Dark Knights? That is them over there. I just don't know how to get to them. Oh, they were just on the other side. I knew you would understand. How could you not? For the most part, I'm happy to go along with Sid's act, but every now and then I have to remind him not to be so grim and dark. Citiguru is handling his new duties with a characteristic aplomb. Oh, thank the gods, an adult. Riel has been spending a lot of time with Mist, keeping him company and getting to know him and so forth. Not that there's much to know. He won't talk about his home or his past. Doesn't seem to have any interests or skills beyond conjuring elaborate illusions derived from his memories. I have no idea how he does it either, and more importantly, I'm not even sure how we could take back the Aether he stole. We may have no choice but to agree to his terms, unless you're content to carry half a soul crystal. I can hear you whispering, you know. Mist means well, and Akali and I are willing to help him. Why aren't you? I didn't say I wasn't willing. I'm still here, aren't I? Right then, we found no one suitable for the boy's needs here. Rather than return to Ishgard, I say we try somewhere new. Let's head to Tailfeather. Life here is not easy, but it is fulfilling all the same. That said, the hunters had no personal tales of profound tragedy to share. They did, however, tell me of an outsider recently brought here from Falcon's Nest, a prisoner actually. A woman named Loudy. She's to atone for her crimes through hard labor. But the proctor has been zealous. He berates her constantly, and every day she bears fresh bruises. Ah, is your guardian justice? I know it well. If this woman is performing various chores for the hunters, then it should not be hard to find her. Come, let us look around. No one is undeserving. No one is beyond redemption. This I must believe. This is the place, isn't it? Insolent child, you are not to speak unless spoken to. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Pray forgive my impudence. Do not play me for a fool. Your sins are beyond forgiveness. Sir Emmerich and his noble brethren may think you worthy of mercy, but I have seen your kind before. A swift death is more than you deserve. Huh, swift death is more than that bastard deserves. I can't imagine what she did to deserve that kind of treatment. Huh? You know her, Akali? Yeah, she poisoned me during a ceremony. 7 hells. She's the one that led that protest at Falcon's Nest? The one that nearly put an end to the peace conference? And she poisoned you? Well, that explains a lot. Though, if you of all people can find it in your heart to forgive her, or at least forsake bloody revenge, then it's hard to look at this and call it justice. Her crimes were born of desperation and despair for her husband she lost. Perhaps the two of them perhaps if the two of them were to meet again. Don't be foolish. She knows he's dead. You'll only cause her pain. Pain is all that is left to her, don't you see? How they cry in the dark. How they mourn their dead. How it festers and spreads and corrupts them thoroughly. We have seen it. We have made it. Fine, fine. Do what you will. Conjure her husband. But do not come crying to me when she curses you for your kindness. I'll not give the hunters cause to turn their bows on us either. Riel, take Mist into the woods and hide. And Collie and I will free the girl. Rather, I will free the girl. She would know you at once, and might misunderstand your intentions. We cannot risk the commotion. As for your part, no one is truly outside Halone's grace, don't you think? Confront the proctor, make him see the error of his ways. If he is a good man, then he may yet repent of his wicked ways. If he refuses, then that is his choice to make, and he will have to accept the consequences of his actions. Doubly so if he bears steel, yes? Bah! The very sight of you fills me with murderous rage. See to your duties. I must need cleanse myself of these impure thoughts through communion with nature. Perhaps a soft spot of fishing is in order. Now's our chance. Ba-da-ba. How do you do, fellowish guardian? Who are you? Why do you disturb me? A concerned adventurer who objects to my treatment of a criminal? Pah! If only you knew her sins. She should have been thrown into the witch trap. Alas, the Lord Speaker, in his boundless wisdom and mercy, demanded we spare the woman's life. But rest assured I will see that her every waking moment is filled with misery and scorn. You presume to judge me, a man of the church. I will not be cowed by your threats. The Fury guide and protect me. The Fury guide and protect me. Oh my god. Oops, I want to continue to go this way. I'm not sure we should be here. It's begun. We can but watch to see what happens. Look, we've brought them together. We've made her whole. How she smiles. How her eyes sparkle. How beautiful this happiness. Every night, I dream of your face. I could have tried to stop you from going back to the front, could have begged and screamed and cursed, but I didn't, because I knew you'd listen, and even if you'd forgive me one day for it, I never would. The arrow may have missed my heart, but I've been dead for a long time. All of this is just waiting. Oh. Cute, can you grab those for me? It's been a while. That's what I'd tell you. Stace, if I could. And then you'd say, you can't stay stuck in that moment, Loudy. You've got to go on. You've got to forgive yourself. You've got to let me go. But I won't. I won't. If I do, who will be left to remember the man you were? The soldier, the husband? I'm the only one who knows. And it's my duty to hold on to that as long as I can. That's what I'd tell him if he were here. But he's not. He'll never come home to me. So please, put an end to this, whatever this witchcraft is. Akaliana, was this all your doing? No, it was mine. Forgive me. I thought that... I wanted only to... I was wrong. I see that now. You have every right to be upset. It's all right, boy. It is. I appreciate your kindness, even if it was misguided. You too, Akali. I blamed you for a lot of things. Hated you so much because I don't know. Because you came back and Stace didn't, maybe. Because you weren't him. They say the war's over now, but it never ends for people like you, does it? There's always something worth fighting for. I know what you are. I heard the stories as a child. Of the ones who neither shield nor sigil, champions of the weak and the helpless, undeterred by the law of man or God. I couldn't stop you any more than I could have stopped Stace from walking out the door that day. So fight, damn you. Fight if that's what you want. Just don't squander the time in between. There's never enough. Right. I suppose I owe it to him to try and make the most of what I've got left. So I will. Take care, and thank you. She's gone. Reclaim your aether, Kali. In the depths of the abyss, a flame lingers. As the aether flows into your soul crystal once more, from the depths of the fading abyss, you hear a whisper. I did try to warn the boy. The proctor's punishments were nothing compared to her own guilt. Forgive me, in the end I could not make her whole. So much pain, so much loss, how it fills my heart and overflows. Maybe it is indeed beyond us. Maybe it is not in our nature. You've still got 3 more chances, don't you? There's no need to be so bloody melodramatic. At least not out here. We should go back to Tailfeather. Your words did far more for her than my illusion. She is still a good person, and so are you. I pray you both remember. She knew it was fake, yet it still had a power over her. Can there be truth in a lie? And perhaps salvation as well? They found comfort in seeing the dead. They had so much to say to them, but I don't know what I could say to her. On to the next, I would say. But Mist looks to be in no state to continue, which means we'll be staying here for a time, taking in the fresh country air, me and my little ones. For what it's worth, I think the woman is better for what we did, or at least as good as anyone can be after what she's been through. Alright, and that is actually going to be it for me today. We will do one more big, like, quest thing after we finish the Stormblood patches, but tomorrow will be patch 4.4, which will actually be the start, technically the start of the Stormblood story, like the prelude into the actual expansion, which I am very excited for, and we should be able to get through all of that. We're making pretty good time. I think we might be able to, let me look at the calendar. Yeah, well, we will definitely finish the patches. We'll probably start Stormblood next. No, probably not next week. Probably in like the 9th. Probably the 9th, which gives us about 2 months exactly, a little less than 2 months to get through all the Shadowbringers content. If it's still looking a little spicy, I think the week before Endwalker drops, I will just have Final Fantasy take over the week. But we'll have to play it by ear. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you all have a very lovely evening. I am off tomorrow, but I will be back on Tuesday with 2 new games. It will be Wild Arms at 2 p.m. EST and Omori at 6 p.m. EST. So I look forward to all of that, and I will see you soon. Goodbye!